Good day, everybody. Hello. It's been so long. The Mao. The you have chosen death meme. Where? Where's the meme? Well, yes. You know what? Yeah, I have chosen death. I had to play a horror game. I wanted to play a horror game just now, and then my voice right now, I can't scream too much because it's already hoarse right now. So I can't play that horror game. The horror game I was supposed to be playing is called it was on the starting screen. Oh yeah, it was there. Yeah, so the horror game I was supposed to be playing is called Routine. Yeah, apparently you have to escape a ship or something. I don't know about the game much, but Sarah asked me to play it. I have it. It was on sales. I bought it, and yeah, I had to play that. Yeah, so I haven't been streaming since last week because I've been so busy. And I came back streaming today because, like, you know what, it's been so long since the last stream. I need to stream something at least. So I got this game as well on sale, and like it was interesting because like it looks cool, and like it was cheaper than Yakuza. Because I wanted to buy the Yakuza bundle, but then it was too expensive. So I was like, you know what, I'll buy something similar to Yakuza. And I was told this is similar to Yakuza, but it's like a slower pace and a more serious tone. So we'll try this. We'll try this. I'm fine playing this kind of game. I also want to play a game where I can beat people up for no reason. So we'll play. I'm playing normal because I don't know how to play this game yet. Can I autosave? I want autosave on? Yeah, sure, why not? I'll autosave. I'm gonna turn off my music as well, because my music's been playing on. You'll be fine. Nah, I think I'm gonna get my ass whooped. Get my ass whooped for sure. Should I play hard mode? I haven't played this game at all. So I do it in the hardest difficulty. I can't reset and then do just do hard. Should I? Yes. Okay, hold on. Can I skip this and go back to the main menu and just start new game? 3 years later, I don't know what happened. I don't want to know what happened yet. December 10. I don't need to know. I don't want to all F4. Please don't let me all F4. Be hard? Is that what you just said? I want to know what happened. I'm not looking. All F4. I had to all F4. Do I really have to all F4? Oh my god. Oh, wait. I can skip. Skip. We'll skip the cutscene. We'll skip the cutscene. There's already people wanted to beat me up. I don't know anything, man. Setting. We're doing the title? Yeah, we're doing the title. Yeah, see, I don't have to all F4. I don't have to all F4. Presented by Sega. Yeah. We know this is a Sega game. The guy just wanted me to all F4 for no reason. Yeah! I'm smart. Okay, new game. We'll do it hard, okay? Because Yikai wants me to play this game fucking hard. Okay. My first gameplay, by the way, so yeah. We just hi Tree! Hi Tree, how are you? Yeah. It's my first time playing this. It's a blind playthrough. I know nothing about the game. And I was told to play this on hard difficulty, so you know what? I'm playing this on hard difficulty. Hi Tree, how's your Digimon? I saw you playing Digimon earlier. I could only lurk because I couldn't. I was very busy today.
Yes, I understand completely. We'll
Yes.
absolutely be able to help you out with that. I guarantee you.
Director of the Genda Law Office, Ryuzo Genda.
Oh,
So this is a law firm.
You must be talking about Yagami.
Almost dinner time here, so I lurk. Please do take
Absolutely.
care.
We appreciate any interest you
But is it like Yagami? What name did he say?
Just,
Yeah, 3 years later. Hi, Bubble. Hi, how are you? Takayuki Yagami. You always like Yagami. Where's light Yagami?
So nice.
Hi, Bubble. How have you been? Yeah, it's been so long since the last stream. Because I've been so busy. I'm so tired. I'm supposed to do a horror game today,
Yagami's
but I
currently
can't
employed by our
because like I'm too sick. It's sorry, Shirosaki. Okay.
Same bullshit all day.
Every
Guess everyone
day.
wants a lawyer who can win, huh? Yagami Sensei.
Masamichi Sintani. I miss you so much, father. I miss you too,
Hey,
Bubble.
throw
How
me a
have you
bone.
been?
I never would have won without a hand from these two.
Of course you wouldn't have. 99% of these cases end up in convictions.
Heads. Throw some
Makes an
hands.
acquittal a big deal, even if it was just luck. Talk about a lawyer being a hero.
Been good. I'm so glad you've been good.
Makes even a former gangster look good.
Yo, what's going on, huh? Some beef
Wipe
going
that
on
grin
here.
off your face. You think you're better than us?
I'm no saint.
Could have fooled me. You know, you're not gonna win all of them. Trust me, pal. My record's not. Are you listening?
Of course, I get the message.
Jesus Christ. Baby, keep me up. Oh my God, you should-
available right now.
I hope you at least you'll be able to
you
get some
bet.
rest.
He's more experienced.
Are you hearing that?
No.
Now I'm getting tossed your goddamn
Guarantee
leftovers.
you'll like him. He does great work.
Shut up, man.
Okay. And
Jesus,
He's
this guy
as
seems to
skilled as
chill.
they come, trust me.
But
Well,
that
no.
just can't be right.
He hasn't won any cases. You know how rare that is. Haven't you heard 99.9% of criminal court cases end with the defendant behind bars? Pretty ridiculous, huh? Right? What? Well, you still want Yagami, though.
Man, I am so done.
Hey! Can it!
Oh, the lady's angry with
Yes.
her. Yeah, I just hope
And
you actually
you're
get some
absolutely
rest.
sure. I understand. I'll tell him.
Oh,
Who was that?
Another call for Yagami Sensei.
Big whoop.
But the client is Shinpei Okubo.
Huh?
who's
Not
Shinpei
sure I
Okubo?
believe that.
Take her from me. I
Okubo's a
can't.
free man.
I'm so far
Not
away.
anymore. He's been arrested for murder.
Come on, we already proved he was innocent, right?
It's a new case. He's being processed right now. What they told me is that he stabbed his girlfriend Emmy to death, set the apartment on fire.
Okubo would never do that.
What? I'm fucking sleepy. Is there anyone that can help take care of the baby while you go take some rest?
I just don't understand it. Okubo. How could he?
Thank you for checking for your dailies. Twice? Wait. Why did I get? Why did the redeem win twice?
Suspect secured, sir. Move aside.
You guys, surprise. Oh shoot, I forgot mine. Yeah, get your check-in, The fuck happened? It went from a 5 to a 6 already. What the hell? It was just
That
chill.
day, my career as a lawyer died alongside Emi-chan. Both murdered by Shinpei Okubo.
What? Just cause you're a lawyer who let him go? That's it? Hey Trax, how have you been? How are you, Trax? 3 years later. Okay, so this is 3 years later, December 10th. This is when we saw the whole thing. So he was a lawyer at first. So wait, did he become the detective? Because I know this game he's a detective, no? Or am I just a homeless guy? No, I'm great. Also W game. They bonked the dad. Whoa, bonked me. Also, yeah, Trex, we're playing this game. This is my first time playing it. I don't know anything about it.
Are you getting close yet?
Yep, right by the Don Quixote. Heading your way now.
You just about see our man?
I don't see nothing. Oh. Investigator at the Yagami detective. Oh, so he did become the detective. Masaharu Kaito.
Yeah, I got him. He doesn't have a clue, huh? You're getting good at this. Almost like a pro.
Wow, thanks. I always dreamed of being a professional
Hi,
stalker.
Ross.
Not sure I'd call it
I
that.
feel so much
gotta
like
admit,
it feels
this
so
is
much like
crazy,
Yakuza.
though.
I think it's made by the same
Detective tailing
developer, no?
another detective?
But this one is more serious tone
You only
compared to
see that shit
Yakuza.
on TV.
I wanted to buy
Crazy
Yakuza,
enough.
but like it was so much expensive than I
Stay
thought. So
focused.
I was like, you know what, this game is so much on sale, so I just buy this one instead.
All right, I'll join up with you soon.
Okay.
Step aside, old man. Piece of goddamn trash.
Hey, asshole, he said move!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the fuck's going on?
The fuck are you doing?
What? You wanna die, bitch?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
hell
I'm picking a
is his
fight already.
problem?
What's going on back there, buddy?
Looks like I need to teach these punks a little lesson.
Need to? Didn't you tell me to keep my head down?
Hey, who you calling punks, you homeless piece of shit? Huh?
Oh,
Sorry, Kaito. I'll see you soon, okay?
So much.
oh,
for
we're gonna
being
beat some
careful.
young guys. Okay. The fuck? Oh my god, he did the martial art pose.
Get a load of him. Man, you seeing this shit? Okay. Our boy's a movie star.
How's that?
Beat them, yeah. Doing some Tai Chi. You know when an older person does Tai Chi, you fuck.
Let's do this thing!
You're gonna fuck if you see like an older guy does Tai Chi. Hey, it's fighting some street thug. Is it not locking in? Hold on, I want to guard some incoming attack. Guarding is pretty important to survive. Lock out the enemy. Oh, I can dodge. 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 I can grab them. Okay, attack enemy to charge up the EX dodge at the top left, having at least one segment. Whenever you press triangle, X action pop up on screen. Press triangle to initiate the move. Oh, holding a weapon? Oh, okay, hold on. Jesus! Hey, get off me! Alright, hold on. What I want to do is... You drinking, man? You drinking? You done drinking? Here. The guy got baited. Man, I feel bad whoever owned that bike. I should have used the X move to finish him off. Ah, it would be so much cooler.
Who are you?
Just some homeless guy.
I'm all done. Kaito-san, where's our guy going?
On his way
Oh,
towards Main
7
Street.
guy.
Crowd's
He
thin
didn't even
out.
get an answer.
Get your ass over here.
Got it.
And make
Bye.
it quick.
Goodbye,
Any minute now,
fellas.
He's gonna figure out I'm shadowing him.
Goodbye, fellas. It was nice meeting you. Can I? Oh, he went to Pink Street. Okay. Okay, so here's Pink Street. So can I pin? I can. Okay, so I can pin it. I can't go to this area, huh? Cause like yeah, cause like it needs to show me. Press X while sprinting. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, ladies. I'm walking. Whoa, hold on. Hey, can I buy some burgers? Oh shit, I can't buy burgers. Fuck me. Get away.
Damn, he's onto me.
Really? I need more time.
Just get your ass
Yeah,
over
hold
here.
on. I'm
If we
running.
lose him,
I
it's on
saw a
you.
burger place.
Well, that's just rude.
It was nice to beat. It was nice to beat you. Hold on. Let me allow this for you guy. Yeah, I can go camera. Hold on. Can I? Yeah, I can take a selfie. The fuck? What are you staring at, huh? Ah, I'm trying to take a picture of myself. I'm gonna go. What's this? Oh, it's a profile. Oh my, this some challenge. Oh, okay, so that's challenges. Item. No idea. Shortcut. Disguise. I can't use disguise. Case file. Got my map. Got my save. I should probably save. There you go. Get away. Get away. Important detective moment. Important detective. Asian beauty show? What the fuck? What did detective look like again? I should probably take another look out on sketch. His head's pretty unique. Jacket, interesting. He's right there. He has distinctive. He's right on your left side. Yagami. Yagami, open your eye. He's right there. That's like, that's him right there. Oh my god. I'm telling you, in this mode, you can locate your target based on the characteristic. You can exit first person view. Find a person who makes a trade. You find a suspicious, hover over them. R2, press examine. It's not him! Are you shitting me? Not him.
What the?
Oh my god, I'm blind. Never mind, it was me who's blind.
Really? Thought you were never gonna catch up, man.
Yeah, that's like some sus drug addict moment right there. Look at that. Alright, tail him. But you have to make some kind of commotion that can attract the target. I'll contact. Okay, so I can't. I just gotta follow him. Very many extras. If they suddenly have an inkling that they're being watched. KCG, when this happened, the caution code will spike. Failing to get outside one time will caution the mission. Press O to hide. Ooh, okay, so I gotta hide. You won't be able to move while hiding, so find the right time to emerge by pressing 0 circle so the target doesn't slip out. Okay. La 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 la. Just walking. Ma'am, get out of the way. Hey, don't turn around, don't turn around. Don't turn around, man. Just be chill. Yo, woman, why are you turning back, huh? Huh? That lady's more sus than anything else.
Hey you!
What?
It's high time you pay all the rent you owe.
I just need a little longer, okay? Just one more week.
Another week? I am done warning you.
Yes, I assure you.
It better be. Bye for now, then.
Damn, she only chased for a bit and that's it.
Oh, that was close.
Keep walking, buddy. La la la. That woman was. Yo, you're wearing the same outfit as the other lady. What the hell? We're all wearing the same outfit. No, don't mind me using my phone. I'm just texting. I'm just texting. I'm telling my mother I'll be home late. What a dumbass. He doesn't see nothing. He doesn't see shit. Imagine not knowing you're being followed. Yo, what up, homies? Can I chill out here for a bit? Don't mind me. He bought a can of drink, guys. Okay, write it down, write it down. A man crouching behind an object, totally not suspicious at all. I know, right? Not here. Not here. Shit, he's coming back. He's right there.
I'm being paranoid.
Keep moving. Someone smoking remind me of the cat. And he shut the fuck up, Smiles. We don't talk about that.
He's heading for the Champion District.
Oh, great. We're never gonna find him in that maze.
Probably why he's going there. Thankfully, we can always follow him from above.
Yeah?
Gonna pull Batman?
Break out the pigeon?
Just try to head him off, Kaito-san, and be ready.
On it.
Gonna pull Batman,
and
guys.
Try not to get carried away. Can't afford to get that thing fixed again.
Yeah. Just don't lose him.
I'm staying here, man. He moved, did he? Oh, he moved. Hey, ladies, you mind if I just stand here, ladies, for a bit? Yeah. My guy's right there. Okay, thank you, ladies. Nice to meet you. Can't believe this is canon. Wow, it's canon. Oh yes, hiding behind a pole is definitely not gonna find you suspicious. Oh my god, why is this hiding? Like literally, what is this hiding mechanic? This game I always assume is a spin-off. Is it? It's not a spin-off, yeah? Oh, I did it. Is it like still like in the same timeline but like a different character, yeah?
Dead end. We follow him, we blow our cover.
What do you think he's doing in there?
Smoking?
Probably meeting someone he doesn't want to be seen with.
Makes sense. Pigeon's up. Can you see it?
Well, you wish timeline on the
Hold
game
on.
in the Yakuza is this. Because like I don't know the timeline of the games. Activate search mode. It's used when investigating crime. You operate in first person. Move the crosshair over to suspicious area. Hold R2 to hone. Examine area. Press that one. What's he doing in a place like this? Locate your drone. Oh,
Hey, there it is.
Hold on. I'll send the feed to your phone.
I hear a cat. Ah! There's not a pigeon, there's a cat. Ah, cute. He's so cute.
Nice
Nice.
flying, Kaito-san. Keep it steady. You been practicing?
Now's not a good time, Talk. Gotta concentrate. There's another guy in there with him.
So he is meeting someone. Hey, I know that guy. He's a bookie for horse races.
What is he doing here?
Trying to gamble his way to paying off debts, huh? Because that always works.
I thought you were
Yeah,
studying
well, if
0 or
they came all
1.
the way
I haven't
out
gotten the
here just
game
to
yet.
meet,
I was gonna start at
must
0,
have the cash on him.
but I didn't have I have
get
not
what we
been
need
paid
if we
yet,
move
so I
now.
couldn't buy the game yet. So I'm gonna wait for another
You
sale.
remember what we're doing here, right?
Collecting the debt that detective owes. Oh, I get it. This is our chance.
Just relax. Let me do my thing, okay?
You got it, Talk.
So I said,
Don't
you know, I
fuck
have
it up.
judgment, so I might as well start this one. Alright. Alright, kitty. Watch me whoop some ass. Hey!
Nice night, huh, detective?
Huh?
I hear the bookies in Kamurocho make some pretty good deals. You win 10% more,
Just dirt
you
cheap,
lose 10%
but they decided to
less.
remove the older one in the
They make it
store.
sound so enticing.
So they had a
Maybe I should
remake
get in
version,
on
huh?
it. Hey, where are you going? Don't you need your money?
What the hell is this? Who are you?
I'm here to get my client's money back. Before you lose it on another horse.
So they hired a thug to collect. Should I be impressed you found me?
A thug? Well, that's not very nice.
Yeah, I'm the
You and I are in the same
detective.
business.
You're a detective?
Afraid so. I hear you're pretty hard to get a hold of. That's why the people you owe came to me. Look, I know you have the money on you. You can't get out of this. Just do us both a favor and pay up. Don't put up a fight.
Well, you're right. I have the money. But look, I'll pay everything back after I win big on this next race. Just wait, okay?
Are you serious? I didn't track you down just so you could...
Maybe next time!
Really?
What? You gotta be kidding me.
Does he think a flare will do anything?
Kaito-san, he's making a run for it.
I saw. Where are you going, little guy?
You're not, you can't run.
Get back here.
Why are you running? That's like the worst shit you can do, run. So do you navigate the city without bumping into obstacle? Oh, okay. By putting the prompts and button.
Hold up.
Okay, there's a button like that, okay. Well, I don't have to press anything. By the way, Spice, I'm playing this on like the hardest difficulty. This is like on hard mode. Oh my god. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, you're trying to throw something at me?
Hold up.
I pressed the wrong button. Kasha. Should have blinded him, honestly. If this is turn-based, that's pretty much mean you're gonna be grind. It's not turn-based, actually. We saw the fighting scene, it was more like action.
You need to learn when to quit.
Shut up. I have it all figured out. I'll get the money!
Get punch in the face. Come on. I learned the ways of Tai Chi. Crane and Tiger. Crane's pretty effective against large group. Tiger is more effective against a single opponent. Hey. What the fuck? There's some random nunchucks here? Why is there random nunchucks? Why is there a random nunchuck?
This is annoying.
Hey, like garbage? Cause you Asian, all Asian have nunchucks. They have like a random ass nunchuck. Get up, man. Oh my god. I have nunchucks. Why the fuck do you have nunchucks? I don't have nunchucks. I have like a spear and stuff. And a bow. And an axe.
I don't care.
That's what I have.
Didn't you say you were a detective?
Yeah.
What's your name?
I never said I'd field any questions, asshole. It's Yagami. Take a good look. Now do you believe me? So, let's be civil here.
Yeah.
Just hand over the cash, okay? 150 grand sound good?
150
Back the
grand,
fuck off.
holy fuck.
You running some kind of racket here? I'll sue you.
Oh, yeah?
Oh!
You gonna sue? The fuck do you think you are? Huh?
Hold on, Kaito-san.
The hell? You're not a detective, asshole. You're fucking Yakuza.
Oh, yeah? Guess you know what'll happen if you don't pay up then.
Hey,
Oh
ease
my
up,
god.
Kaito-san.
Holy
I'm
shit.
sure he doesn't want to piss you off anymore.
Oh, Jesus.
I said all right.
I thought I was the muscle. What the fuck?
Listen here, asshole. I'm gonna sue your ass into the goddamn ground. You see this? You broke my fucking nose.
Don't be so melodramatic. I think we both know who threw the first punch.
No way I'm gonna let that slide.
Jesus.
Just you watch. You'll see the court's gonna... Huh? But that's... a lawyer's badge. So you're not a detective?
And you still want to sue? You know, you won't know what hit you.
Damn. Bro, pull out the trump card. Just say, hey, I'm a lawyer, so I know the law. Fuck you. Yo, what the fuck? What is it, the opening? It's some some movie opening. So I can get away with punching someone if I'm a lawyer. I bet. I'm not gonna lie, the fucking music is actually good. No, that's the whole boss. Don't know who that is. I haven't seen that person yet. Oh damn! You saw I begged you. Yeah, I gotta go look this up later. He's gonna look like a detective as well. Mitsuru Kuroriwa. No, this is look like a lawyer. The hairstyle. The hairstyle. Yeah, who did view attack, huh? Who's doing a view attack, huh? Who opened a view attack? Spy, kid. He's ready to attack? What do you mean? Hi, Lizzie. Hi, kid. Opening booster pack already? Damn, I just started the stream. Yeah, I'm not doing horror.
Kamurocho.
Yeah, why you
No
egg
better place
me?
for a night out.
I want to say I'm not doing stream today. I'm sorry,
Neon City.
horror, because my voice, I can't
But the
scream.
brighter the lights,
My voice hurts a lot right
the
now.
darker the shadows.
Like I'm fine with chilling, talking like this, but I can't scream.
The whole town's run by the
Get
toughest
egg,
Yakuza family out
goddamn.
there. The Tojo clan.
The Tojo clan.
And the deeper you dig,
Don't know who the Tojo clan are
more
yet.
interesting
Ah!
things get.
Who throw a chicken at me?
more dangerous too.
Lucy, why you throw spies?
Take this burglary ring. Just a bunch of
Hmm.
kids looking for kicks. Word is, they met on some sketchy website. Never even seen each other's faces.
Parkour.
As for the cops, they can't catch a single one.
Egg and chicken get spies. Lamau is
The
random,
only
so it's not
thing
my
anyone
fault.
really cares about in
mm.
Kamurocho these days, though, is the murders.
Holy shit, of murders.
Over 3 months, 3 Kansai Yakuza have turned up dead.
What the fuck?
Most think it's the Tojo clan,
What the
making some kind
fuck?
of power move in the ongoing turf war.
Kid, bad timing. Kid, bad timing. It was such
one's
bad
missing its
timing
eyes, too.
that someone did and then you went and played that.
That's not the only thing, though. All 3 of them were missing their eyes.
Oh my god, we got fucking
It's in
sicko
one
out
little
there.
corner of this city that I run a detective agency. I work alongside my partner, Kaito-san. Funny enough,
What the fuck? Why
Who's
did I get
ex-Tojo?
shuriken? Too bad, couldn't hear it.
and me? I'm
Why can't you hear it?
Takayuki
Is it not
Yagami.
working?
Used to be a lawyer, but I put that life behind me 3 years ago. As for my badge,
Hey, kid, thank
it's
you for the.
barely
No, it's
even a
cat.
decoration at this point.
Thank you for the resub. It's 22nd birthday. Damn, I'm 3 years younger. Thank you for the thank you for the 21 resub, cat. How have you been? Good morning. Oh, the kid, that one didn't have a volume. Really? It was pretty loud in my ear. Damn. Hi, cat. How you doing? Good morning. Everybody's waking up. Except you, 3 blind mice. Ah, shit, I need to do my dailies on FF soon. Oh, kid, when you're free, we're doing FF dailies. The games of food. Mm. Good, just potatoing. What potato? It's Tuesday today,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, it's Tuesday.
I'll scrounge up the rest for you later.
What about your cut?
I'll get it eventually. All of this goes to the client.
Gotcha.
Spice has become
Anyway,
potato lord.
I'm gonna
Why he
swing
looks
by
so
Candace
open?
Sensei's
Hi,
place. See if he's got
Ren.
any
How have you been?
Don't
I
hold
heard
your
you're
breath.
sick.
For a lawyer's office, things are slow as shit over there.
You're aware they're one of our best clients, right?
Yeah,
I'm waiting on
I know
breakfast,
you
also
used to work there
breakfast.
and all. But don't show up.
Oh,
empty
kid, I
handed.
wanted to play 7 days again. I don't know why.
Here, buy him some sweets or something.
Let me know
Please
when
go
you're
through
free
the
to do
motions.
7 days, kid, in future. I kind of want to play 7 days
generous.
as well.
My boy's all grown up.
Yeah, what the fuck
Don't
is
mention
this?
it, Dad. Now get going.
Make it feel like home.
I hear they've got some extra fancy dorayaki at the Popo over on Tenkaichi.
Huh?
Well, Genda Sensei's got a pretty big sweet
Bacon
tooth,
toast and
if you
a
get me.
Right.
quarter.
I'll go pick some
Are
up.
you me? How's your stream, you me? I saw you playing Valorant. And decorate the room. I haven't have anything to decorate with. I have no items. I'm broke as fuck. Okay, we have music. I don't have music, do I? I guess I should get some. Yeah, I have nothing. I'm broke as fuck. Yo, I have a little arcade, little video game. Can I play this? Damn it, I can't play it. What's the point of having the thing if you're not gonna let me play it? How'd I leave? Where'd I go out of here? Press. Yeah, you did comps, right? It is a Yakuza series. No, this This is a different timeline. Red, this is more this is called Judgment. It's in the same timeline as Yakuza, the same verse. But you play as a detective in this one. Where am I going? I'm going here. Yeah, I definitely need some maps. Okay, anybody wanna pick a fight with me real quick? Yo, I wanna have fun and fight someone. I low-key for with the office. The office looks kinda cool. I wanna get more decoration. I'm shaking you guys up, game for the prejudice so nothing happened. Steal them in secret. The detective high-key good looks like the guy who sold me inside Tokyo. Really? This guy? Or the other one? The other one is like an ex-Yakuza. What the hell's that? I should sell this ring that I got my bitch of an ex at Ebisu. God damn, why am I looking at the secret messages? It's nice that Kamurocho has so many late night options. I don't know if that's a good thing. I'd say at the same time. I haven't drank this match in a while. Whoa, 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 don't pick a fight with me, man. So I'm going. What am I buying? Buy a gift for the office. Nah, this is a reverse shake. Give me a potato or simulate you. Ashwell, Ami. Kombini. This dude now to bring it to Genda Sensei. Hi, Ami. Hi, Chef Ami. How are you doing, Chef Ami?
Hold on there, pal.
Dude, I just buy some sweet.
You just bought some of them dorayaki, yeah? Sorry, but they're mine now.
You hustling me for dorayaki?
Are they?
What the fuck? Isn't this the Lulu Yakuza game? This is the different one where you're detective.
The last fucking box. Can't stand for that, right?
What the fuck? You're picking up. What is this dumbass bullshit?
What was that, smartass?
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. You can perform wall jump by springing towards the wall. I can't do that. Hold on, let me change my stance. Oh, hold on, I'm trying to practice. You spend SP to boost the base stats. There's some skills. I can do it right now when I'm playing. Hello. Can I not buy? Can I buy it later? Oh my god! Really, I have to buy it now. Okay. Hey, what up? What up, bro? Alright. Go on. Give me a minute. Alright. Go back! Whack! Whack, motherfucker! Very interesting game. See, exactly. Getting raw convenient this economy, man. What do you think? Didn't think it could get any lower? It's so stupid.
Always getting into trouble.
Thank you for the kid. I hope you're streaming, kid. I hope you can stream. Oh, why am I gonna fight this guy too? Oh my god, come on. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. He looks like an important character.
Let go! You,
Our boy Talk here doesn't start shit without a real good reason. And that means it was you. You dumbasses jumped the wrong guy.
No.
You know this guy's like a son to the Matsugani patriarch, right? Know what I'm trying to say, asshole?
Hey, come on, Cap. Can't we just let it be?
No can do.
Oh! Do you know dub? I didn't know the dub this game. I didn't even know they dubbed this game as well. I just saw like, oh, English. Oh, you know what? It's easier to just play well in English dub. localization for this game, I agree. Honest, yeah. Honest to God, it didn't feel weird. Usually when they do localization for like the game, it always feels weird. So that's why I always stick with JP. But the English one sounds pretty good.
It's good to meet you.
The boss paid his way through law school back in the day. Made him into a damn good attorney. Guy even managed to get a bona fide serial killer off the hook.
Seriously? Wow, that's incredible.
Right? Damn shame seeing talent like that go to waste.
Yo, he's doing a low blow at me.
Get this though. The first thing that killer did when he got loose? Stabbed his girlfriend to death. Can you believe that?
Oh, damn.
Yep. Guy got the death penalty and everything. They get around to hanging his ass talk.
Not yet.
Not yet, no.
Oh, what the hell's taking him so long?
Here. This is the money from that detective.
Oh, they
Rest is
hired me.
yours.
What the
I
fuck?
already took my cut.
Good. You're finally getting the hang of this whole debt collecting thing.
Yeah, thanks to you.
Anyway, how's Kaito?
Fine.
You mind asking him something?
Yeah.
How long's he gonna stick around? Not wise to stay in town after you get kicked out of the family.
He got kicked? What the fuck?
But, I can look the other way since the boss likes you so much.
Yo, this guy is
Speaking
like
of,
doing
let's
some
watch
low
Scotty-san.
blows at him.
None of your damn business, I'd say.
Now you can sense the passive
Come on,
aggressiveness.
let's go.
There's one you're gonna beat him up later. You know, we probably will. There's some passive aggressive. He's snide as ever. Yeah, even he knows like, yeah, that guy's a total asshole. Still haven't seen Genda Sensei. Better drop by the office soon. Degenerate, low-life, rufflers, and all sorts of scoundrels. Read the room, you can choose to run away. Welcome me some SP, but be warned, the cock will shop if fight takes too long. Okay, so there is something that will happen if you keep fighting, huh? Where am I going? This way, yeah. He's so jealous he ain't the favorite anymore, yeah. I always wanted a degenerate mess of a girlfriend. No, you don't! No, you don't! Drink another drink. When Yagami decides the drink is intoxication level rise. Yagami go through several. He wants. Ah! Garion! Thank you for the 5 months resub. Bagoosh! Hi Garion, how have you been? I do want to go stop around, look around. There's a lot of food area here, but like, I'm so fucking broke. I only have 14,000 yen. Hi Garion, how's your Final Fantasy? I got my Dark Knight level 50 already, so I can finally start progressing Heaven's Sword. Where them gangsta at? I want to fight. Gangstas. Gangsta-san, where are you? I want to fight. Where's... Yeah, degenerates!
Out of the way.
Oh, hold on, I forgot change style. You're just some random fucking businessman, you choosing to fight me? Get the fuck away from me.
Really, guys?
Did you get off work? I finished laundry. I'm unreasonably angry. Why? What happened? Garion against us. Stop fighting with him. It's gonna work. Oh, please take care of yourself, Bunny. Word on the street is post DT MSQ is good though. It is. Apparently it is. Slander now suplex spice. I heard that you and Ren watch what should I call that movie, Obsession? And I was so confused, like, people don't get like the reason of obsession, really? That's pretty stupid. What the fuck is this? I can go in a sewer? Nah, what's that weird? 5 PM to 5. That's like 12 hours. Holy fuck, that's weird. Why the fuck am I in a sewer? Hey, you wanna fight? No. Anybody here wanna pick a fight? Just checking. Everybody want to pick a fight? I kind of want to fight, so everybody wants to fight. I'm free to fight. No, okay, man. My brain is just wrinkless ass, legit. People on Twitter can't. Yeah, people on TikTok, I guess. But people are watching Obsession with their eyes closed. On Twitter can get like that too. I feel like the movie very forthcoming with the whole dude, like I only I've watched already, but like not even like 5 minutes in, I already like, yeah, this guy's a total dumbass. But like it's legit a movie where you can tell like who the fuck is like stupid and all. Like I won't say that they're bad people, right? They're very toxic. The entire friend group is just fucking toxic. The most decent one will probably be Sarah, but even her, she has like some fucking toxic traits as well. Like literally, like legit, the whole group can fucking suck it. It's on Prime now, bots. I want to watch it, don't know where. He usually just choose every bad dialogue. Yeah, it's stupid. And like the fact that the friend made like $1 billion wish is also pretty stupid. But I won't say it's not a fault as well, because would you believe it if you wish something it will work? So like making like, oh, I wish for $1 billion, it's legit a good choice anyway. Yeah, not so hard that one. But to be honest, yeah, to be fair, I would do that too. I think the One Wish Willow isn't gonna be anything bad, right? I don't think your words will also be anything reasonable. Come on, I'm trying to talk here, guys. Like, hello, I'm trying to talk about movie. Fuck off. Right, to be honest, $1 billion is so legit. Yeah, legit. That's so goddamn hard, man. That was legit. Dude, where the fuck did money even came from? It just came from the sky. That's the only thing I laughed so hard, because like, bro, money just flew down. That's it. And I fucking laugh at that shit, because like it was so stupid. This has been a good year for a movie for sure. Yeah, all of the indie movies are pretty good. I think like I haven't watched The Backroom yet, but I heard a lot of good things. And I heard they're gonna do some movies about SCP, which is interesting choices, because like a lot of SCP were pretty good. Which I'm surprised no one done any SCP movie. Can I say my skill? How much money? How much points do I have? I have 700 points. Music on record player gradually on vibrates when everyone hits success. Always know what to use. Use C1, shear lines for lockpicking, steady hand. I think I should buy all the cheap ones first. I think the cheap ones, buying the cheap ones is beneficial down the line. Especially if like a special kind of skill sets as well. Social smoker, actually, you know what, I should have bought that. Like, I'll buy this stuff first. I can get girlfriend? Hello, wait, I can get girlfriend? Yo, hold on. This is the most important thing. Hold the fuck on. I mean, by all these abilities, you know, I'm just saying, no reason purpose, you know. Wow, renting a girlfriend, crazy. What? I'm excited for the SCP. I'm scared to watch The Backroom. How is it? I'm not sure. I haven't watched the Backroom movie. But all I know, yo, can get a girlfriend. Say less. This is getting better than getting a girlfriend via one with Willow. Something that Astro will do. Listen, if I can smooth talk a girl, I would learn. Okay, if I learn, I maybe in real life I can learn the skills, you know. Yo, can I get the skill book for myself in real life? I don't need the fighting ability, man. I don't need to. I can just use different ways to fight, which is calling the cops. Take the time to think about what you're eating so as to digest properly. Eating recovery. Yeah, I'm gonna go around. Hold on, I'm gonna go pick a fight around everywhere in town first so that I can get more skills. Anybody else want to fight? Anybody else want to fight? You know what I'm just saying? I'm hungry. Would you go eat some? It's like morning for you, Yikai. Go make some breakfast. Wait, did you not do your midnight nudes? You usually eat noodles in the middle of the night. Yo, you wanna fight? You look like gangsters. You look like gangsters. Wanna fight?
Out of the way.
Woo. Run! Oh. Like, thank you for the like. I was finishing editing before eating. Oh, did you finish your edits already? Wait, how much? Did I get any money? I earned some money, almost 10,000 yen. Hold on. Can I get a burger? Hello, ma'am. Can I buy a burger? Wet burger. Wet burger. Fresh lettuce and chili sauce are balanced in the wet one. Egg burger, onion ring, soup, coffee. I'll buy a burger and coffee. Cool. Thank you for your burger and coffee. Can I eat it now? Damn, how wet are those burgers? It's very wet.
Good stuff. Back to it.
Good food. Cool. Lettuce are very wet. The lettuce was very wet, guys. I gotta say. Oh, I can get SP from eating food as well. Okay, that's pretty interesting to learn. You know what? I should progress the story. I should really progress the story instead of going around beating about random people. Yeah, we're progressing. We're progressing. I have enough blaming people. The way you experience food. God damn it! You're right. In a sense, it's correct. That's a true statement. Yo, those look like gangsters. Yeah, what do you want?
Bring it on.
Oh fuck! Bro, bad. You brought a chair? Here's my chair. You got bad. This is my fucking move. If I have a name on them, like we're gonna remember it. What? You want to fight too, buddy? You want to go? I thought, bitch. Hey, you got this? You got anything to buy? Yo, cat food. I can buy cat food. Hold on. In the future, I might need to buy cat food. Gotta have some eulogy. Got something for the eulogy. Yeah, let's go. Imagine being dumb enough to walk me and fight me. I have a progressing story. Ads are here. We're gonna take a quick ad break because ads are gonna start soon. I'm gonna go chill out for a bit while the ads are running. I need to check my DM. Thank you for the hydrate, Ami. I will hydrate. Water. Astral. Yes, Ikai. Well, how may I help you? Fuck you too, Ikai. Fuck you. You know, Ikai 6'7", 6'7", Ikai 6'7". I can say this. It's my stream. 6'7", 6'7", Ikai 6'7", 6'7", 6'7". 6'7". Skip di Tanas. 67 Yikai, 67. Fuck you too, Yikai. Fuck you. When we play Mecha Chameleon, I'm gonna go draw more of the 6-7 so that you love it. We're gonna play the 6-7 map. Oh yeah, Ren, you wanna play Mecha Chameleon, yeah? Terrible place. Hi, Minx. Minx, are you streaming? You can go back to stream. Go back to stream. You go rest up. I do so much want to, but I had to recover. Yeah, you have to recover. We're taking an ad break right now because ads are running in right now. Kitty by Hua, thank you so much for the we got rated. Minx raid. Nah, I don't wanna. I come here. Minx, thank you so much for the raid. Why isn't my rating playing? Do I have to reset the rate? Oh, there it is. Welcome in, raiders. I'm sorry for ads. Can I get a shout out for Minx? Welcome in, raiders. My name is Astro Zernal. I'm your local chronomancer. We are playing Judgment today. Hello. Welcome in. If you need to raid and run, please do so. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Hello. You wanna watch me kick some random guy's ass? Go ahead. You feel free to stay. We are playing a detective game, and it is gonna be quite a simple game. Yeah. Right now, also chilling out because I am a bit sick, so we're just chilling out right now. But yeah, raiders, if you need to raid around, feel free to do so. Please take care of yourself first and foremost. I mean, you're not supposed to clip that. So another reason why it's a num to Joe, right? Because like there was a time, right? Was it me, Ace, and Riley? Was it Riley there as well? I don't remember. We were teaching Yikai. We were saying 6-7 in our native tongue, right? And Yikai didn't know what we were saying, right? And we kept saying num to Joe, which is 6-7. And Yikai say fuck you. That's the only thing that Yikai will remember, by the way, of our native tongue. Of like 6-7. Is like num to Joe. That's the only thing he will know. Fuck you too, Yikai. Fuck you. Oh yeah. But Raiders, I'm gonna wait for the ads to run before I actually talk to the Raiders again. Kid is there. Thank you to win. Hold on. Give moment. We're almost done. We're almost done with the ads. Yeah. Let me move this here as well. Yeah. I'm gonna make myself big for a bit. Yeah. Hello, welcome back from the ads. Also, for those who were here, raided in but got ads, I'm so sorry you raided into the time where I was playing ads. But welcome in, raiders. My name is Astro Azerno. I'm your local chronomancer. I am currently playing a game called Judgment, which is part of the Yakuza series. It's not a spin-off, but I think it's like a different story. This is my first playthrough and it's like a blind playthrough, so I did not know anything about it at all. I have not played Yakuza as well, which is also kind of bad maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Please take care of yourself first and foremost. Make sure you eat, you hydrate, and if you need to go to sleep, please go to sleep. If you're sick, Minx, if you're sick, please take your meds. Take care of yourself, yeah? Okay? And then we were just playing around earlier just now by saying 6-7 to Yikai, because Yikai hates 6-7, but he loved it actually. He actually loved the word 6-7, so whenever you see Yikai, make sure you say the word 6-7, yeah? Yeah, good. I was supposed to play a horror game today, but my voice right now, I cannot scream too much or else it actually hurts. So we're playing this game instead. 6-7, 6 season, yeah, it is sick. I think like a lot of people are sick. I think Minx is sick. I know Ren is sick. I'm sick. I got sick yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? I was chilling out with Kid, and then like I got really sick. I felt so sick. I had to stop playing for a while. I hope you stay sick. I hope you keep hearing the word 6-7. Yeah, Yikai, fuck you. So yeah, what I'm saying, I don't remember anymore. My brain stopped working. Yeah, I don't remember what to say. My brain stopped working. uh, but this is I haven't streamed last week because I was busy because my aunt came by. She's not here today. She went off. I don't know where she went. And it's crazy. But yeah. So I have free time today. Probably tomorrow and the next day for a bit. I mean, who knows how long I have free time. The answer, yeah, 6-7, kid 6-7, kid, go back to playing Valorant. I saw you playing Valorant. Hope you have a good Valorant. Okay, we're going back to Judgment. Controller, can you connect, please, uncle? Controller. Shit, my controller's not connecting again. Hold on, I need to go check the thing. Connect, please. Please, you can hear me opening and pulling the plug and plugging it back in. Electronic betrayal, yeah. My controller. I need to put a plug from the back. I don't know why it does this. Streamer will be disappearing for a bit. Like, it works as soon as I plug it out and then plug it back in from the back. See? No, don't skip, don't skip. It's connected, no? Imagine being betrayed by my own electronic.
Hey there, Saori-san. Look, dorayaki. Extra fancy.
It's Saori-san.
Genda Law Office, where I used to work. Things haven't changed much these past 3 years.
Hello, Yagami-san.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. You, getting situated?
Yes. Everyone here is just great.
Oh, lawyer at the Genda Law Enforcement Issei Hoshino. Oh, they got a new lawyer.
So I hear you're good. Passed the bar with top marks and everything. How'd you end up in this dump and not in a bigger office, huh?
Huh? Well, you see, that's,
I hear you over there, Yagami.
Evening, Genda-sensei. Other than my real dad, there's 2 people I look up to like a father. Genda-sensei's one of those people. He gave me a job here, before I'd even gotten out of law school.
Damn. What about the other guy? Where's the other guy?
Shintani-sensei out for the night?
I can't keep track of that boy. I'm sure you're happy, though. You don't have to deal with him.
Huh?
You two can't stand each other. You hate each other's guts. Be honest with me here.
Hold on now. Shintani's like a mentor to me. So,
nah, fuck that. He's an asshole.
If you really want that job, you're gonna have to get along. So show your senpai a little more respect.
Oh, Genda-sensei. I got you some dorayaki.
Oh, I hit my mic
Just
back.
sit
I'm
right
sorry.
there. I'll grab you one. Huh?
Girl, she ate it so fast.
Sorry? Did you eat them all?
All but half. Hope you don't mind.
Jeez, she ate so fast. Where the fuck does it all go? That was insane speed, man.
Hey, Saori-san. Got any work lined up for me?
Nope.
Jeez.
I know you're looking for work, Yagami-san, but asking you for favors
He's asked me for what? That's my seat, boy. That's where I used to sit back when I was the ace. When I was the ace lawyer. I don't know what. The best lawyer. I used to sit right there. Then everything fell apart. Wow, hold on, let me go back here. Look dramatic. Everything used to be here was for me back in my days. 3 years it took. 3 years it took me to finally get to understand my sense of style. Look at this. Look at my hair. Real Japanese, unlike you, little boy. You'll grow out to be a man soon enough. What's up, Pops? Ace attorney. Kid would
what are
be
the
proud of
chances
that
you've got
speed
some work
eating.
for me, Kid
Yeah, I know,
Sensei?
right, Kid? I feel like
Work,
she eats
huh?
more like Kid.
How long you gonna keep doing this to yourself, Yagami? You know how dangerous this
Sir,
city is.
sir, I just
Wouldn't
fought
be
a
many
bunch of
cases for
thugs
me if
outside just
Kalmar
because
was a
I want to
safe
learn
place.
skills to talk to women.
Cases like collecting debt for the Yakuza?
Hey, better that than no work at all, am I right?
True.
You call that detective work? You're practically a mercenary.
Fine
So?
by me. I was never too hung up on being a detective anyway.
Listen, Yagami.
Yeah?
You ever thought about becoming a lawyer again?
No.
I haven't.
And why's that?
Take a good look at me, Genda-sensei.
Hmm?
These eyes aren't exactly the best judge of character. I think I made that clear 3 years ago. What use am I as a lawyer if I can't tell good from bad?
Knock it off, Yagami. Stop beating yourself up. What happened to Emmy was tragic, yes, but it wasn't your fault.
Doesn't matter whose fault it is. I never want to deal with something like that again.
Did they ever say why though? Like, is that the whole purpose of this game is to find out like
So,
why?
Have any work for me? The guy's gotta stay busy, you know? Keeps me distracted from Emmy-chan and all that. It doesn't matter what you've got, just give me something.
How about a divorce case? I have some evidence that needs collecting. It'll be the usual deal. Stake out a love hotel, snap some photos, tail the guy, dig through some trash. You in?
I'm in. A job's a job.
If he pays well, I'm good.
I give up. I'll send you the details later. And next time, don't bring a gift, you hear? Doesn't feel right taking them from guys too broke to pay for.
Anything you say.
I have only like 40,000 yen I got, okay? It's enough, okay? It's enough. Hold on. Let me buy that skill. While turning target will be less likely to notice if you break something. Invisible man. This is actually pretty good. So increase your photo op time during mission. I should buy this because I think this will be useful right now. Because they say I need to take a picture. I don't want to do smoking though. Like, I'm not that desperate to get my ex gouge up.
Genda Law Office. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Good things they separate the currency used for skill
Yagami-san,
or money.
that was
True.
Shintani-sensei.
Did they not do that in
Apparently,
Yakuza?
he wants your help gathering evidence for a murder.
Huh?
Since when are we working a murder case?
This is the first I've heard of it, too.
Go give Shintani a hand, Yagami. This blows that divorce I was gonna send you on out of the water. Been years since we had a murder case.
Use money to unlock skills? Really?
For you at Tender. That
Is
bar
it
on
easier to
Tiny
get money?
Boulevard.
Tender. I'm there all the time.
Just making sure.
Like, do they give you money easily in the game? It gets grindy as hell. In Yakuza? Like the older Yakuza, the newer Yakuza. Also, when we get more Yakuza game from Spice. Where am I going? Right there. Let me save this home. No. Back up, dumbass. Gosh, my boss is such a creep. But who wants to fight? You wanna fight? Oh, you wanna fight? You dumb fuck.
Really, guys?
Random just came out of nowhere to fight me for no reason, man. I was just chilling. I forgot sometimes it's just logging through to the next cutscene. It's like the story's great, but once you possess wears it off, it hurts, man. I couldn't play the series back to back though, love it. I think it took me 60 hours plus to 100% the game. Oh shit. Yeah, I think like you should, if you play like one series, you should take a break for a bit before you play the next one. Like right now, I'm playing this one right now, but like, I'm enjoying it right now. Takoyaki! Yo, give me that takoyaki with a bit of a oolong tea. Damn it! They're going through the expansion of FF14 at one go. Maybe that's why I'm taking my time in Heaven's Ward. I haven't done much in Heaven's Ward. I'm currently doing like the... I did the storyline for Dark Knight already, so I'm currently chilling out right now. La 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 la, just walking. How's that? Head to tender. Yeah, I know. Yo, this place looks cool.
It's called Tender. Got my first job here 20 years back. Masuda-san never changes. Running a bar must keep you young.
Hey, Tak. Shintani-sensei's in the back.
Great. We've got some business to talk.
Surprised to see me?
I'd be more surprised if I didn't.
Damn, the highs
that,
of
Todd?
14 is so are so high though.
Not exactly, Mari. This one's a client.
Yo, why
Won't be
you
your
look so
client for
much
long if you
baller?
don't show up on time. You're late.
Come on, you called me here totally out of the blue. Chill out, maybe. Huh, and I'm getting a drink.
And I'm paying?
Let's call it a business expense.
I can pay because I just beat up some random guy off the
Here's
street.
a familiar face. Kyohei Hamura from the Matsugane family.
Wait,
I
hold
ran into
on.
him earlier, actually.
That
Ticket, he's your client?
Yep, got hauled
Okay.
in earlier. They're charging him with murder.
Seriously?
Seriously. So, the Matsugane patriarch came to us for his defense. Genda
why?
Sensei is the go-to guy for all his legal problems, you know?
How'd you end up in the driver's seat then?
Genda Sensei gave him my card. Gotta say, not looking forward to defending a Yakuza.
Tough luck, I guess.
Anyway, you're coming with me to the station. Need to have a word with Hamura. You got way more Yakuza experience than me, after all.
Faye! Hi Faye, how
Let
are
me
you
give you a rundown
doing?
of the case
Spice can get shut up for Faye.
The victim was a Yakuza. A Kansai guy. Part of the Kyorei clan. They found his body
Hiya
tossed
Faye,
in a
how you
dumpster
doing?
just about
Jesus
a week
Faye.
ago.
Hold on.
Monkey?
This is...
Monkey,
guy
thank
who
you for
got
the
his eyes
sub for
gouged
1
out?
month. You don't have to, Monkey,
Yep.
but welcome in.
Cops think Hamura
Monkey,
is the
this
one
the
who did
first.
it.
I know you came from Kids
Hell of a
stream, but like
case,
this is your
man.
first time seeing my stream.
This is the
You didn't
third
need to
Yakuza
sub.
they've found
I
like this.
you haven't even chatted yet.
Fortunately, we're not dealing with a triple
Monkey loader as
homicide
hell.
here. So the
Hi
media
Monkey, I
isn't
hope you're
swarming.
doing good.
Hamura's
We're
got an
currently just
alibi
chilling
for
with
the first two incidents.
Judgment game.
This third murder
I was
is the
supposed to do a
only one
horror
we
game
can
today,
pin
but
on.
I'm not feeling
So they
well
won't
to do
admit
horror.
the cases are connected?
W Monkey?
No.
Yes, I did.
Makes
It's
sense.
the first time chat is like,
Three
yes, I
bodies
did.
and not a single
Hi
suspect
Monkey,
isn't
thank you so much
exactly
for the
giving
sub.
cops credibility.
But please do take care of
Guess they
yourself
just
first
wanna
and
get this
foremost,
case
okay?
closed and move on.
Prioritize
Even if they
yourself
have to
before
force it through.
trying to sub.
And heck,
Monkey!
The victim
No!
was Yakuza. Nobody really cares.
Hold
who
on, hold
hangs
on.
for it.
Stop, Monkey. Monkey. No, you can't come in here gifting subs. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Monkey. Welcome. You didn't have to. Please save your money. Prioritize yourself. Hi, Faye. Hello, Faye. Stop the press. Everything's being attacked. Jesus, Monkey, please save your money. Yeah, please. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much for the 10 sub. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. But please, my stuff here is free to watch. Make sure just relax, okay? I prefer you just chill and relax. Thank you for gifting a sub to, let me see who you give. Thank you for gifting a sub to Trax, Spice, Faye, Yume, Ami, Your, GC, Koi, Rico, Budgie Rampage, and Cosmic Code. I don't know 3 of those people. I know 7 of them only. After dropping 100k sub, we've been over this. I make bad finance. No, please save your money, okay? I'd rather you save your money and take care of yourself, okay? But thank you so much for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. Honest to God, I really appreciate it. I don't know how to express the emotion, but honest to God, I really do appreciate each and every single sub. But please, relax and chill your money. Okay, clever thinking is rewarded. As conversation progresses, you may come across a point where you need to select the best response. During the critical thought process, you'll be able to gain SP bonus if you constantly select the best choice. Here's unwisely, you lose SP bonus. When you get a chance, wait, what was the choices? I didn't even read. Hold on. What did the police? Yeah, why did the police arrest?
Why'd they come after Hamura of all people?
2 reasons. First, the victim was a Kansai Yakuza from a group that's been making inroads in Kamurocho and picking fights with the Tojo clan along the way.
Okay.
Odds are this was a Tojo guy wanting to send a message. And
but
as you know,
when was the Mace login is not here to believe?
And the other reason?
He was. No, you want to know something, Faye? So I went to another stream that he's moderating as well, right? I know this streamer and I was like saying hi to her and all that. I was there earlier than Login, and Login was like, "Whoa, I saw you fast!" And like I just opened Twitch and I saw her online, so I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna say hi. And then Login was being nice to me, and I was like, "What the fuck? Who is this guy? Who are you?" And Login's like, "Bruh, like hello, Login being nice? I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird." Now, if Login is nice to me and he was just being nice, that's it. And I was like, he's being nice to me. I don't like this. I'm scared. Like legit, I'm so surprised Login was so nice. He didn't like, you know, he didn't say anything at all, like, you know, joking around or like making fun or anything, you know. He just went up saying, you know, Restaurant, I'm so glad you're here. I was like, yo, who is this? Or what have you done to Login?
Hamura and the victim were seen having a fight.
I was so shocked that he was so nice. I'm like,
I'm guessing
this is not you.
Footage, then.
This isn't the Login I know. Murder where both the perpetrator and the victim are Yakuza, not to die in the mess around and get out of the case. Yeah, so
Hamura
what has
said
he said?
To you?
Yeah. He told me.
See, even you find it weird, right? That he was nice to me.
Falsely accusing him.
So
if he's here, he'll spam my quotes. That's it. What have you done to him, you heathen? That's what I want to say. That's what I wanted to say. Damn good.
I think I know enough. We should get to the station.
I'm more scared. I'm more scared.
Some calls to make first. Just take a cab there.
Wait, you want me to take a cab? You know how broke I am? How much money do I have in my name? New information. Check out case synopsis. On December 4th, 2018, a Kyorei clan member was found dead in a garbage dump somewhere in Kamurocho. Officials determined this was an act of murder, being the victim was discovered with his eyes gouged out. Given the tumultuous, okay, I can't read. Tumultuous history between the Kansai-based Kyorei clan and Kamurocho-based Tojo clan, Matsugane Captain Kyohei Hamura, age 52, was arrested as soon as a possible suspect. Oh, we got a hype chest ready. What did we get? What the heck is this? What is that emote? So cinema. It's so cute. I like that one. That's a cute little emote. So cinema popcorn.
Leaving already, Talk?
Yeah.
Only one drink in.
Yeah, I have work.
I'm a busy man.
Is that a PS1 game?
Funny
Yeah,
you
it's
should
so
say
cute.
that. Another customer of mine has a job for you.
Oh yeah?
Tell you about it when you're not so swamped, okay?
Hey, I'm not about to pass up a paying gig.
Side quest?
Then
Side
come
quest?
back when you and Shintani Sensei are done.
Come on, you can give me a side quest, man. I don't mind. Where am I going? Oh, I gotta go out here. Okay. Oh, so I gotta go out the map. Okay. What's loud music? What the hell? Oh, hey. Fuck. The kick. Oh. Why are you clapping? I just beat the shit out of random guys. I don't know if you should be clapping. I know they pick a fight first, but I don't know if you should be clapping. Man, Star is winning a lot of the jumping game. She's not even here. The base fare is to what? Where am I going? I don't remember where I'm going. PD. Wait, can I walk there? Is walking good to go there or no? No, I can't walk there. Man. Pretty sure she's in the FF14. She definitely is in FF14. Still need to work on my FF14. I need to do my daily soon.
We just keep
I
running
need
into each other tonight, hey Doc?
I need to get my Dark
Why
Knight
the long
weapon.
face?
Hamura-san. I'm Shintani from the Genda Law
Did
Office.
someone say FF14? Oh yeah, Faye claimed
family asked us to
FF14.
represent you.
Yeah,
glad you said
me,
yes,
Spice, and like a lot of people here play
We're
FF14.
gonna get along real good.
I'm
like
still
my
baby.
boss
I'm
at
in
Genesis.
Heaven's Sword right now, and
right.
I'm grinding my Dark Knight, and I'm
Well,
trying to be a
Let's get
tank.
started.
It's my
I'll be
first time
taking
tanking,
point.
so I've been a
Yagami
tank
here
for
will be
roughly a
doing the
week now.
legwork to try and back up your claims.
No better guy to do it.
I'll do what I can.
We're playing the Thornberry server in JP. Thank you,
So,
no thank you, Garion.
Brought you in under suspicion of murder. Can you tell me more about that?
What do you want
Oh,
to know?
wait, how far are you in
Whether or not you
in
killed the
FF14?
Doesn't
Vanilla.
Your
Oh
job's
my God, you're
getting me
live.
out of this mess,
I heard that we
regardless
haven't
of
seen
the
you in
truth.
days.
No. Because if
Maybe
I
first
find
thing,
out you
yeah.
actually did
I'm being bullied by by my
You'll
friends
drop me.
it, better.
because
I'll make sure the prosecution
I have a
puts
few
you away
friends
for
that are
life.
DPS and like, they have experience as
This
tank,
is
right?
bullshit.
And they were like, "Oh,
Just like you
we're gonna
did that
go.
serial
I'm gonna go
killer, huh?
ahead. Oh man, you gotta keep up." I'm like, "Oh, fuck
Yagami.
you." How far I am?
All the
Yeah.
evidence at the time pointed to
How far are you in
Shinko being
in
innocent.
FF14?
That's why I chose
And
to trust
what
him.
class do you play?
But then
Definitely
that
not trying to
Okubo
recruit
guy,
more people.
Well,
You know
he
why I
proved
don't
us
want to
all
go?
wrong.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry,
Murdered
they're
his
not here anymore.
girlfriend in
Vanilla.
cold
They're not
blood.
there.
Come on, Talk. Let's be honest about what you were really focused on at the time.
Yeah.
You wanted that precious acquittal so bad, you didn't even stop to think you were setting a murderer loose. Right?
What the fuck?
What
Oh,
happened
I'm
to
all caught up.
innocent
You
until
already caught up?
proven
Oh,
guilty?
shit. Okay.
Try saying that to Emmy.
What server do you play on and like what
Kurosawa's
class do you play on?
That's why you quit, right? You couldn't face him.
Oh, fuck you.
You think we could maybe get back to the case?
I'm playing since pandemic. Oh my god. I just started playing. I'm a
Sure.
white mage. You're a
Why
white mage, you're a healer? Oh my
You good to
god,
go?
we got another healer. There's another healer. Let me get this part of the job.
I'm fine. Keep going.
My apologies. Now,
Another healer.
let's start with the victim.
I have like someone
Toshiro
plays
Kume, 34
white
at
mage
his
is my
time of
main
death.
healer insta.
A member
Guys
of the
feel so good.
Kansai-based
Astro will
Kyoto
shirk
clan.
you. But I can play
Around
any
6
class. I'm an
a.m. on the
all-rounder.
4th of December,
Don't worry, Faye. I'm not
the
gonna
police
shirk
got a
you.
110
I
call from
promise.
someone who found
The
his
first person I'm
corpse
gonna
in a pile of
shirk is
garbage.
Spice. And Spice
Hear
will be
you
my
and this
first
Kume
victim
had
of
some kind
shirking.
argument before
I
you
just
died.
got the shirk ability.
Yep.
So I can shirk spies anytime I
Did
want.
the police say what evidence points to you being the killer? Do they have anything substantial?
Nope.
Insta heal are
Bastards
so
keeping their
great.
lips sealed.
I'm playing with Cat.
Dead
Cat's a
right,
sage. Let's see. Yeah, Cat's a
Yes.
sage.
At this point in the
Starwy's a sage, I
investigation, the
think?
cops
I'm not
won't tell
sure.
me what they've got against you. Your words
Garrett's
are the
main
only thing we'll
thing.
have till the trial.
Riley's DPS. Oh, did Riley change the thing? I don't remember. Spice is also a
Anything else you
thing.
want to ask Yagami?
I'm trying to get another DPS, but I'm probably gonna be a DPS that is. Oh, never mind. Oh fuck! Okay, hold on.
What do we have on the victim?
Toshiro Kume.
I'm all rounder.
34.
You're all round. Yeah,
Run-of-the-mill
Spice is all
Keurig
rounder.
run.
Star is astrologian. I'm more
Was
towards.
Kume
I haven't
alone
done
when you ran
healing yet
into
at
him?
all yet. I'm
Hard
trying to learn
believe you
heal.
take that kind of risk in hostile territory.
You don't say.
It was him and one more.
Mhm.
Probably another cure.
I'm gonna have to change servers soon. I had to
Don't know
use
his name, though.
Party Finder just to finish the on trailer.
So there were 2 of them. And how many of you?
Wait, what server are you on? I think you on
I'd say
Thornberry.
there was probably 5, including me.
Are you in OCE? How about the
You have
alibi?
an alibi? What time did they think Kume died?
Apparently between 2 and 3 in the morning.
Only
The
Sephiroth and
cops were
Materia.
drilling me real hard
Ah,
about where I
that we
was
made a
around then.
Sephiroth when I play with Cat
And?
Main.
Where were you?
I'm on Primal
At a
Leviathan.
sauna, a spot
There's a
called
lot of
Sauna
different places.
Goten. Spent the night getting his.
I don't want to hear the word Leviathan because that bitch
There's
doesn't
no
want to drop
proof
his
you were
mount.
actually there, huh?
I'm trying to get mounts and this
Otherwise
bitch
you
doesn't
wouldn't
want to
be in
drop.
here.
Pretty much. Someone should have seen something though.
I hate mount farming. It's so annoying. I don't want to say police respawn because the police is already here, but like maybe they're arguing.
Where did you and Kume have your fight?
Out in front of a club.
The mount
Amor,
worth it
over on
just for the
Supong
music.
Street.
To be fair, I play my own
Me and
music
a few
sometime.
Matsugani boys had a little run-in with a Curie guy.
I want minions.
Turns out
I don't want
that was your
mount. I
boy,
prefer minions.
Kume.
And who
I
started
spent.
the fight?
I remember
What do
the
you
first time I
think?
played
I'm
FF14
not
is
gonna let
only
some
because
cunt
someone told me you can
strut around
gamble,
like he owns
and
the
I went
place.
to the. I spent like a week
I'd already thrown a few
in the
drinks
casino
back then,
farming
too.
for points,
What time did this
and
all
I got
go
roughly
down?
about 200
Just
or
past
300,000
9.
worth of points.
So what happened after you and Kume had your
Only to
standoff?
spend like
Went
100,000
your
on
separate ways?
clothes, and that's it.
Nah, he tried to split, but I had my boys grab him, dragged him into a moor.
And then I heard, oh hey, you
What?
can get mounts as
I
well.
thought it
I'm
was
like,
just a
oh
little
man.
Scuffle, though. You're saying you abducted Kume on a crowded public street?
I love gachas.
Moor's one of the family businesses.
Don't remember
So I
gacha. I'm
went
forced to
in,
play
kicked
WoW
the
soon.
customers out, and
I mean
kicked the
gambling.
crap out of Kume. But I'm telling you, I didn't kill the guy. Just tossed him out the back door when I was done with him. I left right after, too. A few minutes before midnight.
I don't know when I had to play WoW because like
Uh-huh.
Kid wants to play WoW.
So you were
But
seen
then Kid
dragging
also
Kume
started like
to the
another
club, and he was found in
game
the
which is
morning
7
with
Days
his
to
eyes
Die,
gouged out.
and it's like a survival horror game, and we're playing it off stream.
I'd arrest you too if I was a cop.
And I told her like, let me know when she wants to play because she's hosting the server. I was
think
hosting
I've heard
Deep
enough
Boys.
for now.
I am.
We'll get going then.
I blame Starry. I blame Starry for my gambling addiction in FF14. She let me gamble. She was the reason why I gambled. She allowed me to gamble. She was like,
Yagami,
go gamble, go
head over to
gamble.
Sauna Goten
And I
for
spent
me.
my time
See
gambling.
if Hammer's alibi holds water.
All right.
If we can prove he was there, we won't even have to go to trial.
That's the only reason
Give you
why
a
I'm
ring
gambling in
tomorrow for the
FF14.
report. Later.
And it didn't help as well, right? That they also had like an event where you get 50% more points by gambling. I gambled more. Alright, where am I going? Can I open the map easy? Okay, I can press this button to open the map. The other thing, like, is there an easier button to open maps? Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Moving along. Sorry about that, sorry. Everybody wants to fight, let me know, so I can get points. Ah, almost there, nice. Excuse me. Hey, you don't want to fight. Hey, get out of me! Hey. So. Sorry about that.
And stay down.
Hi, Sleepy Kitty. How have you been? Sorry about that, folks. Random ass soldiers around.
Excuse
Hello.
me. You work here?
Bike's so OP in
come on
Yakuza.
in, friend.
They have bike. I feel bad
Actually,
for whoever
I'm not a
owns that
customer.
bike.
Mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure, what do you need?
I'm here about a murder. The Yakuza who had his eyes gouged out.
Oh, a detective came by for the same thing.
Detective.
Wanted to know
Ooh.
if their suspect was with us the night of the incident. And you are a reporter?
Something like that, yeah. And this is Hamura, captain of the Matsugane family. Did he come in on the night of the crime?
I'll
You
tell
know,
you
this
the
guy,
same
his
thing
face
I
looks so
told the cops.
familiar. I don't know why.
I make it a point not to remember anyone specific, you know?
I see this old man remember Hamura's face, and he would have an alibi.
You get a lot of customers in and out, huh?
Up to
Where's the camera?
last
Do you have a
train, at
camera?
least. From there, it's only in till morning. You know how it is. People drop in, wait for the trains to start up again. Same as any other night.
Interesting. So everyone who comes in stays till morning, huh? And as long as I can prove Hamura was here, we'll have our alibi.
Oh yeah, the cops mentioned something kind of similar.
If I can prove that Hamura was here on the night of the crime. You have a camera? Is there like a camera? Anybody that has like a photo or anything, you know what I'm just saying? That's sauna. I'm
You
not
guys
really
don't
sure.
have a security camera? Something we could check, see who was here?
We do, but it deletes all its footage every 3 days. Privacy and all.
When was the
It was
murder?
already long gone by the time the cops came around.
His hat says so. Really?
Got it.
Ah, I can't read.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you.
Maybe I should try asking some people around. Wait, if this is a sauna, it's a investigate sauna god then. What do you mean by people stay? Is this like a hotel at the same time? People stay at the sauna? Hello, ma'am. I'm here to
Hey.
ask about something.
You're out here pretty often, right? Did you see a Yakuza head into Sonigo 10 the night of December 3rd?
Why would I know that? You're crazy, mister.
Just asking, ma'am.
Hey, you have a sec? I'm looking for info on a Yakuza who went to Sonigo 10 on the night of December 3rd.
You seriously expect me to remember something from that long ago?
What's
I'm
the date
trying to
today?
work here. Get lost.
What's the date today? Today... Do I not have a date? No date on my phone.
Excuse
About
me.
you, nerd.
I'm looking for info on a Yakuza who stopped by Sonigo 10 on the night of December 3rd. Did you see anything? This is the guy. Name's Hamura.
I can't say I know him. There's tons of Yakuza around here. Though, now that you mention it, I remember something about a host getting smacked in the face that night.
A host?
Yakuza?
Then I should went for
Yep.
the nerd
Don't
insult.
think he got hurt too
Listen,
bad, though. Pretty sure it
what's a
happened
nerd
right
doing in a
around
place like
midnight.
this?
All this on the night of the incident.
Listen,
But when
yeah,
I went to
I
check
think you'll
things
be the
out,
prime
Yakuza
victim
was
number
long
one of
gone.
any
The host was
Yakuza.
just standing there shouting. That help at all?
You look nice,
Any
boy.
idea who
You
the
shouldn't be
host
here.
was?
You should be somewhere more,
I mean, they
somewhere
all kinda have
less
that pretty
dangerous.
boy
I'm
look.
just saying.
Doubt I'd be able to recognize him if he was standing right in front of me.
Does
Also,
anyone else know about
you got
this?
you got
don't
pick a
know.
choice whether you want to grow a beard or not. Don't just leave your side like that. Don't get a sideburn that long.
Thanks for your help.
If you want to grow a beard, just grow a beard. You look terrible. That sideburn ain't working it, sir. Why is it? Oh my god, it's a different hair color too. That's not your natural hair. Oh my god, and it's frizzy. Your side beard is frizzy. It's like, oh my god, disgusting, disgusting. You can't have like straight long hair like that and have your beard like that, man. You can't. You literally can't. That's stand up straight too. Your posture sucks. You need to see you want to attract customer to your bar? Stand the fuck up. Oh, don't use your hand like that too. It shows you kind of like a creep as well. Oh my god, sir. Sir, who hired you? Who hired you to stand out here? I rather you go to the back. Go to the back and do some dishes. Jesus. Who's hiring people now? What are you looking at? He's already dead. I'm sorry. It was just that his appearance sake and like the way he stand. You just come on. Look at this guy. He's a nerd, but he's standing straight and like he has good posture at least. Look, he has a disciplinary posture. Well, when he do this, it's pretty creepy. Hey man, the job is simple. And you stand by the booby bar and look like you're up to no good. Look at this guy. He's standing like very disciplined. He doesn't give out a creepy energy. Maybe he can work on his expression wise, but please do not. Oh my god. What? I'm trying to handle people's posture. I have no time for this bullshit. Local man harass ugly man. Whoa. But like you saying he's ugly. That was not me. I didn't say ugly. I just say he looks like a creep. Okay, there's a difference. You want to know what's worse? What's worse is that he's standing in the back alleyway. This is a fucking back alley, and like that's the first thing you'll see. Like that is the first thing you'll see. Sir, I have no fucking. Oh my god. It's bad enough this guy is looking terrible, and he's gonna have less customers because of you. Because of this fighting. See, because you chose to fight, this guy has less customer now. That bike probably owned by that man. That bike definitely is owned by this guy because he doesn't look like he drive. Name one attractive creep, Astro? I don't know. Is there any attractive creep? I don't know. Probably would be depending. It depends on whether or not they have the confidence to boost their creepiness. Like they may look like a creep, but they have the confidence at least. I don't know. Or like their attitude is different. Can I pick this up? I'm kind of curious whether or not I can pick up a random scooter. Or can I pick up a car? It'd be kind of cool if I can. Can I go in here? I guess I go in there, yeah. Rest up? Oh, I had to rest, okay. I wonder. See, this guy, his side beard is going to his chin beard.
You're still here? I thought you'd have left hours
At
ago.
least grow like that if you're gonna grow up the side
all I
beard.
do at home is pass out. Did go for a drink.
Runs in the family. I'm in a thought.
You know that bottle's mine.
Does it say Ikan?
Well,
what did that
give you
bottle
any
say?
work?
I hear
Yeah,
Kan. I
probably
hope it's not
thanks to the
Ikan.
Dorayaki. He wants me to scrounge
If
up
it's
some
Ikan,
evidence.
Ikan means fish in Malay.
You got this from Genda? I thought it was all
Shana!
about
Hi
civil suits now.
Shana! Can we get a
Criminals
shout
don't
out
pay
to
the
Shana
bills,
Spice?
right?
Well, this one comes straight from
Hi
Matsukane-san.
Shana! Welcome
Turns out
in. Good
Hamura went and got
night.
himself
Good night.
arrested.
Well, it's not good night, but like good
What the
evening. There's
For one of those
fish. There is a
Kiori
fish
clan
sake.
murders.
Sake. Oh.
You mean that eye gouging shit?
How's your how was your business
dropped by the
class,
jail
you
to
know,
see him.
in your stream
He claims
talking
he's
about
innocent
business? How was your workers? Were they
Crazy.
slacking off? Especially Ross. Was Ross slacking off? I'm just saying.
Not interested?
Ross feel like he was slacking off.
I can't say I blame you after what Hamura did. Booting you from the family was a low blow. If you want, I'll handle it solo.
Look,
Nah.
don't
Come
worry
in. Come
about
in.
it. I'm
I
the
want
one who fucked
I
up.
want you to join the
Not him.
part, right? So that you can
Either way, we got the
like rub it
case.
on his face.
Count me in.
If you join a case, right, you can rub it on that guy's face that's like, hey, because of me, you're not going to jail. Don't do the job for money. Do the job because you want revenge. That's it. Be smug about it. Show them that you are better by being smug about it. Rest up? Yes, we're gonna rest up. This is growing. Ross kept lacking, but the others made it up for it. But this game's goated. It's my first time playing this. I'm doing a blind playthrough. I haven't played the Yakuza as well. I wanted to buy Yakuza, but it was much more pricier than this one. And I haven't gotten my pay yet, so I'm playing this one first.
What's up,
I went
Shintani?
around beating up people because I want points to talk to girls.
Nakamichi Street.
Yeah.
Because they have a skill where you can talk to, you can get a girlfriend. I'm like, oh my god, I can talk to girls.
Another
Think
impromptu
that's better than
meeting?
Yakuza? I heard that this one is more serious compared to Yakuza. Like Yakuza is more goofy kinda, but this one is more towards the serious side. Nice, yeah, you have your own opinion. I like this one so far. It's pretty fun. You like girls? Oh, come on, Vanilla, you can't just do that to me. How much point do I have? I have enough. Do I want conscious eater? I should probably get that. That's also a pretty good one. Wall throw, leapfrog. There's some interesting move, but I need a lot of points. Oh man. I've been doing this though. I've been like grabbing this. Nice fridge. Increase the amount of recovery item you can carry by 1. Wait. Steady hand. Always the wire breaks even less during a thumb turn bypass. Pure coincidence. Silence destroy. This probably would be the best choice to grab as well. I'm just grabbing the special skills instead of fighting skills. Because right now fighting isn't that bad compared to doing other stuff. For real. Fair. But what's fair? I must go eat pizza unfortunately. I wanted to stop by at least a little bit before I head off to bed. No, thank you so much. I know you go to sleep around this time, Faye. Please take care of yourself first and foremost, Faye. I appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate anyone that just stopped by. But yeah, please do take care of yourself. I only watch people play in this episode of Destroy in Seconds. Damn! But yeah, Faye, do take care of yourself. Good night. It was nice seeing you again. Have a good stream. Hate subbing? Damn! You know, Vanilla, if I have like a #1 fan, Vanilla's the opposite. Vanilla's my #1 hater. She's my artist, but she's also my #1 hater. I'm still waiting for the Final Fantasy, Vanilla. The Final Fantasy needs to be soon. Whenever you're free, actually. No, I don't have to rush it. That's a big cone! Can I use this? Vanilla's goated hater. I'm here. I hate watch all the time. You probably have like the biggest number so far. Is that cow? Oh my god, it's cow stroll. Can I ride it? I look like I can pick that up, but I can also look like I can ride it. I don't know, I just want to ride it. It looks so cute. Where'd I go? Did I go in here? No, not in here. Did I go in here? Where? Upstairs? I'm so bad direction. Hello. Oh my god. A little coffee.
Over here. Take a seat.
Can I drink a bit of coffee? I haven't had my coffee today.
Anyway,
I'm so
I asked around your
I'm so sad I haven't gotten coffee today.
Couldn't get anyone to back up Hamuro's alibi though.
My coffee finished yesterday. I should have bought more.
So, what'd you call me out here for?
Something came up. Take a look at this.
Yeah, what am I looking at?
Cops released it to the media. It's the camera footage from a moor. Hamura and Kume are both in here. Clear as day.
Damn. Didn't realize the cops had their hands on this. This could be pretty bad.
Why does the cop have this already?
Ready?
Addicts? I'm having my mint honey tea. I had like teh tarik today. And then I have just water. So I did like teh tarik and water, that's it.
Kume's the poor bastard getting dragged into the club.
Oh, but Hamura is there too. Wait, but it's not a clear picture though.
Explains why Kumi's buddy there is running for his life.
Yep. Got a name too.
But if this is this wait, no, but then he did say that he did pull them together.
Kamurocho after getting interrogated by the cops. By the look of things, there must be a Kyori hideout nearby.
Crazy how clear it all is. Hamura can't just talk his way out of this.
Yep. And there's more. Take a look at this.
Does anything else happen? What else could the camera have caught?
1 hour later, everyone leaves, except for Hamura and Kume. Even the owner hightails it.
Wait, why would they stick around?
Who knows? Our pal Hamura never mentioned this part.
What were they like there for an hour for?
Now,
Damn.
this happened around 10 p.m., meaning there was another 4 hours before Kume's suspected time of death. The question is, what were the two of them doing all that time?
So there's no doubt that Hamura was alone with Kume right before he died. What did Hamura say he did again with Kume?
Hamura said he threw Kume out of the club around midnight. After that, he left the club himself and went to the sauna.
Right. But I want to hear how it all went down from a different angle. That's where you come in, Yagami. You gotta talk to the guy in charge of Amor.
If he did throw... did they take the camera photo, like a video 2 hours ago?
I get that. You decide what kind of investigation we need for the trial. But don't tell me how to do my job.
Yeah, but aren't you gonna talk to him either way?
All the same, I'd appreciate it if you'd stop barking orders at me.
Yeah, I don't work for you no more, okay? I'm working my own job. Technically, I do am. You know what? Technically, I am working for you at the same time because I'm getting paid to do this. You're right. Oh, I can get my coffee. Omurice too? Yeah, omurice. Oh, ice cream, motluck, cheesecake. But I'm not low on health. I'm not low on health. Why are you barking, Spice? Spice is barking in chat. Spice is Spice turned into a barking chicken. Okay, where am I going? This way. La 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 la. You want to fight? No. Dude, why is that on fire? It's the middle of the day. It's hot. It's not even snowing. It's not even cold. Kind of raining, maybe. Maybe it's a bit chilly. Help Mori. This is where everything went down between Hamura and Kume. The angle of footage should help me find where the camera is. Camera should be behind, no? Camera should be behind somewhere. Because it was... I hear a cat! My main priority, where's the cat? Here, kitty kitty. Here, kitty kitty. Here, kitty kitty. Here, kitty kitty. Sounds so close. Am I blind? I played Mega Chameleon, guys. Camera won't be able to get footage. I'm gonna get a look closer. Where is this cat? I gotta be somewhere. Spice main arc is a mystery. I tried writing using ketchup on Omurice. It needs to be a thick type. Wait, this cat, bro.
Hey.
Found it. the security camera they gave us. Better talk to Amari. I'm not done. I need to find his cat at least. It sounds so nearby. It sounds so close. It's somewhere here. Is it above somewhere? Mr. Kitty, where are you? Please. Maybe it's one of those air conditioning on the left. Air conditioning on the left. It sounds so nearby.
What the?
Oh, here it is. Your camera. Oh, it's another point for me. Is that it? No. Yeah, I played like a chameleon. Come on. Yeah, again. Oh, I can move. I didn't know I can move. What the hell? Oh, oh, sounds so close. There you are. I didn't know I can move. That's so stupid. Yo, what? What is this? I can't read. Spice? What does it say, Spice? Spice, translator? Translator, Spice? Especially Noir, you can translate for me. Korean. Oh, holy shit, hold on guys. Teacher Will Poodle. Ah, that almost look like my dog. That's almost my dog. That's almost Himbo's dog. I like a toy poodle. She looks just like this. When she was younger. Think about fashion. The puppies are gambling. Let's enjoy. This look like it kinda does almost look like that other one. It almost look like Louis. We have like a new dog that was given to us last 2 months, I think. Also, yeah, it's 2 months already. It looks almost like this because he's just a baby pupper. One play UFO game to win a dog. So cute. Where are they storing them? No idea. So cute. But he's an asshole at the same time. He likes to
Huh?
you know.
Who are you? You need something?
What is his voice? Sounds
Actually,
like, sounds like
I was wondering
Yosuke.
if you have a minute
He sounds like
to talk.
Yosuke.
About?
He sounds like
About
Yosuke
December 3rd.
English voice actor. From Yosuke from Persona 4.
Oh, I had that day off, man. If anyone's gonna know, it's our manager. He doesn't come in till nighttime, though.
There is Yosuke.
Manager,
There is
huh?
Yosuke. You can't tell me that's not Yosuke.
Is him?
That sounds like Yosuke.
Oh, it is.
What's his name?
Aragaki.
Think you could get in touch
Yo,
with him for me?
Aragaki.
We need to have a
Shinjiro.
I could
Shinjiro.
try. Hold on.
Shinjiro Aragaki. Oh my god.
I knew this was
P3
gonna
P4.
He never has his phone on during the day. He
By
usually
the way, you
hangs
guys
out
excited
near here,
for
You mean in Kamurocho?
P4R coming out?
though. Yep,
Why
usually.
does it take so
Alright,
man?
I'll go
So
take a
many
look
hits,
around.
no idea.
If you don't mind me asking, how?
No, it's not like Makoto
You're just
Yuki.
gonna walk the whole city?
No, I have a plan.
Why?
Someone I can use to
Why,
help me
Vanilla?
find him.
Why you do
The
this?
name and photo. It
I have to
shouldn't
gonna
be
start
much of a
soon.
problem.
Huh. If you say so, man. Good luck.
I didn't manage to buy the
Thanks
collector's
for the help.
I'm gonna just buy the game, just play it. P4R will be so late now. Especially now. Okay, as we're gonna start soon, so we're gonna take a quick break. Persona 4R is gonna be so cool now because like they are gonna be, the cutscenes are going to be animated by MAPPA. Holy shit! Before I just go back to Junes, I love Junes. Can't wait to see how MAPPA animate the series. That's gonna be so cool. And then what? P6. P6 I heard is gonna be animated by Wit Studio, and that's gonna be cool as well. Either way, I kinda like it. Oh my god. Hold on, while she's ass up right now, I'm gonna go smack Kid because Kid's streaming right now. This bitch is streaming. I'm gonna go throw some stuff at her. Okay, we're going to throw a bit of fly. Oh, a lot of them are playing Valorant today. If there's no Yosuke romance, I'm not touching it. Of course you want Yosuke. I do. Oh my god. I wonder what they're gonna do. I was kind of shocked that... Oh, they did release a new trailer, did they not? Hold on. They released a new trailer, right? I don't remember. Let me look it up again. P4R. Yeah. Oh yeah, they released a Rise trailer not long ago. The edits people are throwing up for P4R looking Chris. They released 2 new trailers. Rise and then the Mappa animation of Yu Narukami Awakening. Rise sizzle? What's sizzle? Why are they using the word sizzle? It's so weird. I don't know. They're using the word sizzle like that, like protagonist sizzle, Rise sizzle. Probably next is gonna be Chie sizzle. Did they say when it's coming out? I don't remember. I hope it's coming out soon because the game is already interesting as fuck. And I want to play it. So many good games to play nowadays. Let's see, I was gonna get ready to buy games with Kit because Kit wants to play a few online games as well. But I think she was talking about playing, what was the game? The South Park multiplayer one. She wanted to try that as well. Isn't SAO coming out? Yeah, SAO I think already came out already, no? It's supposed to be coming out around July. Let me check real quick. Yeah, it's out already. Wait, no. 2 days. It's gonna come out in 2 days in July 10. It's coming out on July 10. A lot of people are gonna play it day one. I'm gonna not play it on day one. I'm probably gonna play it afterward because I kind of want to see if the game is still buggy, because the game was super buggy when it was on the demo. I don't want to play it if it's gonna be buggy on release day, because that's gonna be really annoying if I do play it on release. As we're done already, so we're gonna chill out now. We're gonna go near the game. I probably won't stream long today because I still need to get some rest as well. Oh, whoa, the lag. What the fuck? It was lagging weird. So this is the back of the club. Oh, it's a security camera. Oh wait, it's broken? Damn. Not crime, Homer said he and Kume left the club from this door. Camera will caught it if it had been working. Is it broken or is just someone taping it? As for where the owner is, I know just the person to ask. I think he'll be where he is with his Mantai's internet cafe. Before we leave, let me look around, see maybe there's some stuff I can grab. Is there any loot? I know sometimes you can get loot in this game, but Jesus, why is the lag? There's like weird lag. Yeah, I better save the game real quick. Okay, where am I going? He's up here. Hey, buddy. What? What?
Last week.
Yeah, you can't handle me, right? Whoa. Potato,
Really,
it's not your
guys?
PC. Weren't you having issues? It's not my PC. I think it's just the game in general. I don't know why. It's kind of lag. But the PC sounds kind of. Oh my god, you're in your PC. You and your potatoes, I swear. Excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. Are you gangsters too? Oh, you gangsters too. Come on.
Wow, really?
Shut the fuck up. This guy potato. I don't know. He's addicted to potatoes. How much points do I have? I have about 1k boost combo speed. How much you reckon store? You can keep shopping there as usual. Oh my god. Should I buy this stuff? It's like 900. It's like 1k already. I'll see first. I'll save my points for now. Mashed potato for life. Anybody else, any hooligans here who just wanna get beaten up? Hello, excuse me. Is there anybody here?
Somehow I knew I'd find you here.
Ah, Yagamishi. You
Who
here
are
to join
you?
this raid I'm about to get going?
Raid?
Probably not, huh?
Wait,
What can I do for
14.
you?
Got something I need a guy like you for, Tsukumo. This is Makoto Tsukumo. He's a character. Tsukumo makes a living digging up dirt on the internet. A modern-day informant, if you will.
More detective work, I assume? What's the mark this time? A lost cat? Someone go missing?
Best potato is frozen because you can use it as
The
a
owner
weapon.
of Club Amour, a man named Aragaki. He's probably somewhere nearby, but I don't have time to scour.
The
all of
humble
Kamurocho.
air power potato cannon. I never tried using it as a
You got that
weapon.
right. Searching on foots for cavemen. Here, can I see your phone for a quick second?
My phone? Sure.
Ah, what do we have here? You already have the Chatter app, Yagamishi.
I do? Oh. I guess it came pre-installed.
Well, you're in luck. In my hands, this stupid app becomes a powerful way to find people.
Really?
I never tried.
Oh.
My kids
Hold
put
on.
together a
I'm busting into their
PowerPoint
servers
presentation
now.
on why we should go to a water park.
And
There's several
there we go.
slides.
Here, take
Hi
a look.
Angel,
Go ahead,
welcome
try
in.
searching
It's
for
been a
something.
while.
Maybe
Hope
a
you've been
name?
good.
That would be
You can
Aragaki.
try a potato attack on Astro. Why? Oh,
Okay,
oh my god.
and let's limit the time period while we're at it. Say today. See? That map will tell you the GPS position of all the relevant chatter posts. Not gonna lie, I had to give myself admin privileges to get that one, though.
Wow.
128 hits. We're gonna need to
I
narrow
made a
down
joke
the
in a
search.
team's meeting, but
Not
no
sure what
one
else we can
laughed.
put in
Turns
there.
out I'm not remotely
Didn't you
fun.
say
Oh
the
my
name of the
god.
club, Yagamishi?
Angel, why?
Some crazy French word?
Oh yeah. It's Club Amour.
Great. Let's try Aragaki and Club Amour.
Hi Angel, how have you been?
Well, looky there. Narrowed it down to one.
So Aragaki wrote this, huh?
Nope. Just someone who saw him. That's still a massive hint, though. See, it got posted only 10 minutes ago. meaning the poster might still be nearby. So, if I were you, I'd get down there and see if you can find out where your man went. I marked the
Where
spot on
did
your
my
map,
man
Yagamishi. Hope it comes in handy. Good luck out there.
Appreciate it. Oh, and try to get out more, okay?
Why on earth would I do that?
I mean, if you're making a living here already and like you're making good amount of money, you know what? Go crazy. Like as long as you're getting basic decency, like you know, food, water, shower, you're fine. Like that's okay. Like you just take care of yourself. That's it. That's fine. Hello, excuse me. Is there any like random hoodlings? Okay, gotta look around here. Not here. You?
Got a second?
Sure, I can spare a few of those.
Yeah, people are actually live here
I'm looking
there.
for the owner of a club
There's
called
no
The Moor.
facilities
Any idea
like
where he
those
is?
here. Yeah, I mean
Actually,
like
yeah.
they live there
Just saw
because
him.
they do have cheap
Wasn't in a
stuff
great
there,
mood
so
from the
it's
look of it.
actually pretty
Must have really
good to
lost
live
big
there
time
as
on the
well.
pachinko.
Any idea where he was heading?
Because you can make money and
Toward
also
Tahi
pay there.
Boulevard.
You get also
Probably getting
food that are
sushi, if I had
cheap
to
but
guess.
also nutritional.
Sushi?
You can there's
Really?
even like some of them
Isn't
even
that
come
a
with
little pricey for-
showers.
You don't get it. You get sushi after a big loss to cheer yourself up. What's 10 more grand if you've already lost 50 or 100? Winning's what makes you stingy. Feels like it'd be a waste to blow your earnings on...
Huh. I'd never thought about it. Anyway, thanks a bunch. I'll
Let's
head
take a
over.
hotel, true. And I think that's where they get. I think that's pretty much where they get their money as well. Like, that's probably where they get majority of their money from people who are staying there. You can spend a few hours here and there, but like the deal would be like certain hours depending on like how long you're staying there. Like, you can pay for like an all day stay, which is like depending like how long it is. Like I've been to an internet cafe before. They had like different kind of hour rates, and like there's also like one is like an all day pass as well. And if you have they do also do membership there too. And if you have like a membership, it's cheaper as well.
See you
And
next
basically, you
time.
can use like a lot of things there easier.
Aragaki-san, the owner of Amur?
And you are?
Yagami from the Yagami Detective Agency. I want to talk about what happened on the night of December 3rd.
Oh, yeah? Sorry, not ringing any bells.
Come on, you and I both know that's not true.
Well, it is. I don't know a damn thing.
Why don't I jog your memory then? I've got something to show you.
Security footage. What's this again?
Take a look. On the night of the crime, you
I wanna
left
go to
Amur
an
with these
cafe so I can
Matsugane
clown on the
goons,
person next to
leaving
me.
Hamura and Kume
He's hiding something. He's
victim
definitely
alone
hiding
in
something.
there. You're knee-deep in this.
I guess I can't argue with that logic.
Don't worry, I won't ask for anything too out there. Just a bit of your time. I'm working on Hamura's defense, and I'm hoping you're the silver bullet.
Oh, yeah? Whatever, I'll talk.
Hey, he's talking. I only went to the internet cafe once a few years back because a friend of mine wanted to go to an internet cafe, so
actually
like
tracked him
we
down.
went there. No, actually not
Appreciate the
twice
help.
actually. There's once where I went at late at night because we wanted to go relax somewhere at night.
Now,
Go
what
to the
went
internet
down
cafe,
around
play the
9
most
p.m.
casual
on the
game
night of
out,
December
overreact to
3rd?
literally every loss.
Well,
I'm always yellow.
Captain Hamura brought that Kansai punk Kume in here. Was out of the blue. Caught me
Play a
off
game
guard.
of like random
there any
like
other customers
play
here
a
at the time?
game of pizza,
Just a few.
Papa
They
John's
bailed when
pizza,
Hamura
whatever
came
you call the
busting in
pizza
here.
game,
Who
and then
wouldn't?
just like
I
crash
ended
out
up
when you
sending the girls
lose.
home too. Once everybody was gone, the Matsugane guys just laid into Kume for almost an hour. You didn't hear that from me.
You're good. Don't worry.
Then, right around 10, something kind of weird happened. Hamura kicked everyone out of the club, even me.
And the only ones left inside were Hamura and Kume.
Yep.
You know why Hamura kicked everyone out?
Pretty sure I witnessed a fight
He
between
said
4
Kume
people
reminded him
because
of
of
an
a
old
Dota
friend.
fight.
Claimed they
Seriously?
needed to have a chat, alone.
We're not, yeah, true. It
At
was
least that's how
normal
he
for those kind of
worded it.
games. Liga
That didn't seem
especially
weird
one
to
where they
anyone?
will fight.
Oh, the Matsugane boys had plenty to say about it. But if the boss tells you to leave, you get the heck out. No clue what went down in the club after that.
About a security camera.
Tell me about the camera out back. Broken one.
Oh, that?
How long's it been like that?
For about a month. Some drunk asshole chucked a rock. Cracked it right open. It was just for show, though. Never actually worked in the first place.
Not much use to me then.
A lot of violence in the cat club.
Did you just sit and watch while the Matsugane tore into Kume?
What do you mean? What else could I have done?
Called the cops on them for one. Not like they're especially good for business. Nor is a dead body in your club.
Come on. They'd have killed me if I did that. And frankly,
You're gonna see
didn't
me
look like they were
swear
hurting him
in their
too bad.
cafe playing Papa's
If anything,
Pizzeria.
they were going easy on him.
I think you swear
Meaning
playing
what?
WoW.
Like just smacking him around a bit. You know, nothing too serious. Once in a while, they'd hit him a little harder to make him bleed, I guess.
Alright.
Well, thanks. This is a huge help.
How'd you know?
We done
It's like when
here?
you don't get a pull or if you die, you probably swear. I'm out of here, you bastard. Screw your cafe. Hello?
Kaito, what's up?
Hey, man, where are you?
Just left a club called Amor, over on Supon Street.
Why is your face so
Isn't
fucking
that one of
close?
the Matsugane joints?
Yep. Hamura and the victim were apparently alone.
No,
near the
this
night
is
of
me
the
and
murder.
Enfield.
Anyway, need something?
How's Enfield so far? Did you manage to
swing
pull
by
for the one that
office
you
when you're
wanted?
done there.
What's up?
It's no rush. You'll see when you get here. Later.
I think after I crack this case, I'm probably gonna call it there. Like, I'll do this case and then I'll probably stop. Ding dong, ding dong. I got him after blood and sweats and being literate. What do you mean being literate? Oh wait, that's my. This is on myself. Wait, I can play games. Hold on. The game is 100 per game. Should I play? Yes. Alright, what can wait? Hold on. Oh, Grace. Isn't it JoJo? Axel, Tokyo, Simon, Spinny, such retro. Kids playing Valor. Jeez, are you gonna play Valor with her? Jane, Honey.
Round one.
What? I
Ready,
didn't pick my character yet.
Go.
What's the control? I don't know what's the control. Aw, she's so cute.
Round two. Go.
The control's like old school as well. What the fuck? The secret to every fighting game is smashing.
Honey, win.
I won.
Round one. Let the action begin. Go.
Jesus. I got my ass whooped. How do I defend?
Round 2. Go.
Jesus! Oh, just bitch slap her. I'm getting bullied whenever I play Grand Blue versus
Round 3.
when you fight Lucifer.
Go.
Oh my god. What's the defense? Oh! I found out it was a defense, man. Oh my god. Oh, that hurt. Fuck! No, it's not back. I thought it was backward. No, it's square. That's the defense. So like, hello? What's the defense?
Round 1.
We're
Let
doing
the
again.
action begin. Go.
Jesus. What? Fuck me. Jesus! Holy shit, her combo is so fast. Okay, hold on, man. What the fuck is this? Hold on.
Round 2. Go.
Jesus. Oh my god, you put my ass. Okay, you know what? I'm doing one more time. One more time. One more time.
Round 1.
One more time. And if I
Let
lose, I
action
lose.
begin. Go.
Oh, this bitch. Oh my god.
Time over.
I won.
Round 2. Go.
Oh, it's from armor. Oh fuck. I did it! I did it! I got no health! I got no health!
Honey wins. Round 1. Let the action begin.
I can't picky.
Go.
Looks like Mega Man. Ooh, ooh. Yo, he look under my skirt. He look under my skirt.
Round 2. Go.
Oh. It's cool. He was a skater boy and he broke his leg. Yeah. Next match,
Round
Tokyo.
one. Let the action begin. Go!
Jesus. Wow, this bitch threw me. He threw me. Oh.
Time over.
Shit! He won my
Round
timeout.
2. Go!
Oh fuck. Whoa, what was that bitch slap? There's an uppercut.
Round 3. Go!
Oh my god, come on. Jesus, I'm almost dead. I'm dead. Perfect. Fuck me. I lost. It's fine. You know what? I'm done. There's that fighting game. I'll come back again when I want to play. No, I don't want to play. How do I leave? That's crazy. You know, round 4. After I managed to get up round 4. That's fine. How do I leave? I don't play. Oh, fuck me. It's the minigame? Yeah, we're leaving the minigame. So that's a fighting one. What was the other one? There's like more, right? There's a fighting one. Fantasy Zone? What's Fantasy Zone? Nice, I didn't coin. Go Fantasy Zone. It's so fucking loud. It's so fucking loud. Why is the minigame part so loud? Hello, you guys are good to me. Okay, that game, but it's so fucking loud. I can't do this game. I'll do that on my off time. This one is like so loud. I don't mind the fighting one. Virtual Fighter 2. What's this one 2? What's the other one? Is the other one also fighting? Oh my god, it is. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Lau, Wolf, Jerry, Kage, Sarah, Jackie, Shun, Leon. Is that Leon Kennedy?
Fight 1. Ready. Go! KO.
This Street Fighter knockoff. This supposed to be Chun-Li?
Ready. Go!
Hey, excellent. Pretty sure they're still fighting. There's like another. I was hoping a shooter. This, I mean, like that one was shooter, but still different. Check it out. Oh, this bitch. You know, this game's real, I think. Is it?
Better run home to mama now. Fight 2. Ready. Go!
I know there's a game called Street Fighter, Virtual Fighter as well. Bitch. Ah, fuck, I lost. It's legit, it is legit. Oh my god. We're not gonna do this. I only got points for the other one. The first game. That's the first one I only got points for. Like points I can use for my skill points. Because I got like 50 points per round. Newest fight game announcement in Summerfest is actually based on this game. Really? I'm see how many points I got. I got like a lot. So if I want to farm for points that doesn't need me fighting like random people, I can just go there. I go to Yagami to say hi to whoever's here. Oh, anyone home? I'm here. Who's here? Who's so important?
Why is she here?
How about you ask her yourself, Romeo?
Is that my ex?
Good to see you, Yagami-kun.
Public prosecutor Mafuyu Fuji.
Don't worry, it's not what you think. And before you ask, she's not here to win your heart again.
Win my heart again?
Hold on a minute. Let's make one thing clear. We never dated.
Guess I misspoke. Don't sue.
I'm here on business. That should be obvious.
Yeah, about what, huh?
The prosecutor's office is pressing murder charges against Kyohei Hamura of the Matsugane family. You're involved, aren't you, Yagami-kun?
Word travels fast.
Yeah, I'm looking for evidence.
Nothing that happens in Genda's office gets away from me.
Saori-san just can't keep a secret, huh?
Not with me. We go way back.
Since you were kids, right?
Yep.
Back to Hamura, though. They're already pressing charges? They only just arrested him.
Apparently the prosecutor's had his eye on Hamura for a while now. He's just been lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike.
And this prosecutor
Isn't it like way too fast though? Like there's no evidence.
Izumida.
Somehow I knew it'd be him.
You haven't seen that guy since the whole not guilty verdict, huh, Talk?
Yep.
He's probably still sore about it.
Too bad Shintani's gonna be the one in charge of the case and not me.
You're really never becoming a lawyer again, are you?
Never.
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I can be a street fighter.
The same question.
I see.
Does the prosecution have any work for me? I'd be glad to cut you a discount.
You know what, Yagami-kun?
Hmm?
This detective business really doesn't suit you.
Couldn't she have just called? Think she went through the trouble for a reason?
Listen, how dare she come here to say I'm not fit for detective?
It's, getting
I'm
dark
doing
out.
my
I should
goddamn
walk
best
her back.
out here keeping this street clean. You see I'm on bodies I drop. This street ain't clean enough. I'm doing the Lord's work here, okay, you bastards. Come here, bitch. I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna yell at you. Where you at? You beat him up though for money? Yeah.
Mafuyu.
Not so fast. Who are you?
Chief Prosecutor? And Yagami-kun, what are you doing?
Well, I was planning to walk you home.
Really? That's so sweet.
Well then. I apologize for my forcefulness.
Chief Prosecutor Kunihiko Morita? Or is it a father figure or something?
Sure.
This is Chief Prosecutor Morita. And, You already know Prosecutor Izumida.
Long time no see, Yagami-sensei.
You went bald.
Just hasn't been the same without you around. Damn near breaks my heart.
Oh my god, how many people here are such little assholes?
So you're defending Hamura, huh?
Nope, Shintani's handling it. I'm just collecting evidence. Looks like you don't need that walk home, Mafuyu. Later.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Well, yeah, the mods.
You're not
There's
a
so many
lawyer
funny
anymore.
mods you can add. I can.
Even after your landmark acquittal. Too bad.
I only won because I was up against you.
You shut your damn mouth. If it wasn't for your bullshit logic, that murderer would have been behind bars. An innocent girl died because of you.
Tell me what was so bullshit about my defense then. Come on, say it.
Everything!
That's enough, Izumida.
It's okay, Izumida-san. Thanks for thinking of me, Yagami-kun.
Farewell.
What is this voice sound so familiar? The chief prosecutor's voice sounds so familiar.
Man, has that guy got Nora or what? If I was a chick, I'd be way into that.
I mean, that doesn't mean anything.
Kaito-san.
My bad, my bad. So, what do we do about the case?
Mafuyu said they're already
Pretty sure I
pressing
heard a
charges.
voice in Fire Emblem Three Houses.
We should
Sounds
go
so
to Genda's.
familiar.
Let Shintani know what's going on. I want you there too.
Got it. See you over there then.
What is it now?
Look, just take a breather, huh? Count to 10 or something.
You're saying that, is it?
Breather.
Oh hey, Tsukumo. Sorry to bug Yagamishi. I kinda need to ask a small favor. See if you're paying me back for last time. Fair enough, what do you need? Got me a model figure. There's a specific one I've been looking for, and apparently they have it at Ebisu. Which makes sense since the limited edition is sold out everywhere. This may be my only chance to get it. Alright, see what I can do. Ebisu, he must be in the pawn shop. It's not too far away. But he's helping me out, so I do owe him. Poor guy has never felt comfortable outdoor. Friendship event? Oh, you know what? I don't mind. He's just here anyway. What is like a bunch of thugs just like, hey, that's mine. I want that. Fuck you. I'm like, hello? You need to fight. Just some random asshole just like, I want that figure. Fuck you. Oh,
You asked for it.
speak of the devil.
Nice try, jerk.
You motherfucker. Woo. Yeah, I borrowed this. Sorry about it, bike man. Like I'm just out to buy figure. You don't need to fight, man. What the fuck? Oh. I didn't need to go to that alleyway. Okay. Hello, I'm here to buy a figure. I'm here to buy. Love Star figurine, standard art. Have every performance. Something is useless. You can sell it at a pawn shop. Oh, so plates are used for pawns. Keep moving forward. A plant. Thin wire. Daruma. Still a lot of things, huh? Hold on, let me just buy a few things, you know. Oh, monkey boy fag, rice fag. There's a rice fag. Funny how the figure is pretty much the normal price for IRL1. True. Different type of rice. Black rice is highly nutritional source of iron, vitamin, antioxidant, and fiber. It actually turns purple when you cook it. While rice is actually the seed of grass plant, and so not a true rice. Dough is often found in rice blend and pilaf mixes. While rice is a nutty flavor and a chewy bite, instant or quick rice is cooked before being dehydrated and packaged. While it's fast, it lacks the flavor and texture of regular rice. Thank you for the rice fact, Monkey Boy. Also, it's nice to see you again. But yes, thank you. Let me continue. Took a moment, but how do you even know a pawn shop would have it? Well, I guess I'll go make it offhand. Where is there? Okay. I'm telling you, watch as like some random fucker asshole just came out of nowhere. He's like, hey, I want that figurine. It's not. Excuse me. Oh my god, really?
Must we?
Seriously, just fuck off.
What a waste.
Go here. Excuse me, I got a mission. Oh my god! You wanna fucking play with bat? Back off. Dumbass.
Really, guys?
I'll take that. 6,000. I make my money back. Hello, I'm here to deliver.
Hey.
Bought you the goods. Is it the right one? Here you go. Yep, that's the one. Make things. How much was it? Nah, it's on me. I'm paying you back for last time, remember? Really? That's pretty generous. No worries. Though, wouldn't it be quicker to go for yourself? I can't say I'm a busy guy. Plus, this is pre-order about to open up, so it's time to man the battle station. You always got a good reason to stay cooped up, huh? You never change. Nah, I shouldn't say that. You improve a lot, actually. It's all thanks to you, Yagamishi. I might have never made a human contact again if it weren't for you reaching out to me. Yeah, speaking of which, you finally set foot out of your house, only to end up hiding in a net cafe? Well, the rent's cheap and the internet's fast. What more could you want in life? Besides, this is the perfect place for an informant to set up his base of operation. True, you've always been a big help, that's for sure. Either way, I'm lucky to have you. Right back at you. Hey! Once you become friends with someone, you sometimes receive items from them when you pay them a visit. If you don't get an item, try coming back later. For friendship, some of the people in town have special icon. As soon as shown on the left, the more friends you have, the more side case you become available. Depending on who you talk, you might end up making powerful allies. And to become friends with someone, you have to fill the meters. A person's friendship meter will fill up by helping them solve their issues or listen to their concern. If you want to interact with friends who seem unavailable, try doing that sometime for a while. Come back again, I might be busy. Okay. At least that's a way to make friends, I guess. Alright, we're going here back. Seriously? Oh my god, fuck you. Fuck off. I need to buy some food. I'm low on health. And on the way. Oh wait, hold on. It's like a lot of friendship things, huh? Hmm. No, I can't do it. Let me see this real quick. If not, because I think it is getting late for me. I do want to chill out for a bit. Hello, can I get a smile burger and a smile? I know, man. Can I get a burger? Thank you. Say, oh. Hey, you over there. Don't be sorry, but could you show me a smile? Why? Say, host a local event, foster friendship between Smile Burger and local community. Finding other customers, we can see we can upload picture online. Gets deep to our secret menu, still to pay for the food though. So could you maybe turn that front upside down? Wanna give us a smile? Come on, don't be like that. How about taking a picture of your true grocery? The name's Hanai Ida, by the way. Alright, I'm a sucker for a secret menu. Great, then let's start. We gotta take this one out front. And let's see that handsome smile. Maybe, I don't know, maybe try laughing. Trouble, angry, pleasant, classic. Well, it wasn't terrible. I'm afraid you're smiling at the work. Are you not a naturally happy person? Damn, girl!
Nah.
Hey, yes, this is my best smile. No frowning, please. Just keep on grinding. So, okay, I'm gonna guess. Let me see. A lot of these friendship events. A lot, yeah. So there are a lot from eating. Yeah, a lot of them are from. There's even some shops. Okay, yeah, shops are also friendship. But majority of them are eating. Literally me. Those are real burger, lol. Really? I didn't know they were real. Alright, we'll continue the case.
Here you go.
Dude, why are you smoking in building? Saying they look too real. Oh yeah, they do look real.
Hey, Yagami. The hell were you thinking sending Kaito here by himself? Guy acts like he owns a goddamn place.
Sorry, I'm drinking some water.
All hail King Kaito.
Just sit your ass down.
Every time I hear Kaito, all I can think about is Kaito Joker. There's like this one cartoon, like kind of like cartoony anime thingy. There's like Kaito Joker, and like me, him both and I watched that, and like I love that cartoon. It's it's so nice.
So, we finally have some details from the cops. Murder specifics, forensic results, even their
Kaito
proof
Kuroba.
that Hamura's the one who did it.
Kaito Kuroba. Kaito.
That's a lot.
Let's see it.
That was my crush before Leon. He like a lot of
Just
people
don't forget your
Leon.
role in all of this. Especially you, Yagami. At the end of the day,
The
you're
fuck,
just a
man? Why is
mercenary.
this guy picking a fight with me,
The one who
man?
decides how this investigation goes is me. Understand?
You got it. It's your show. Now, why don't we look at those documents, Shintani-sensei?
That's more like it. First up is the crime scene. Around 6 a.m., morning of December 4th. Police get a call about a body in the alleyway behind a moor. The officer who rushed to the scene confirmed the corpse on arrival.
About quick search is used for an example piece of event. You get to complete a view of the event from the left to right. On the right side of the screen, you see an enlarged view of the area. So a cursor. Part of this you can examine or enlarge. Press X on the cursor. Examine your evidence to thoroughly and satisfy all the objectives. I feel like cause of death first.
Suspicious.
Victim was a Kansai thug, bottom feeder with the Kyorei clan. Toshiro Kume. Body had a few bruises, but the cause of death is pretty obvious. 2 puncture wounds, straight through the eyes.
That's so
Cops think
nasty.
the murderer used something like an ice pick, pierced right into his brain.
My eyes hurt just thinking about it.
Oh, you're telling me. Looks like the murder weapon went through Kume's eyes, then tore him out when the killer took it back. Only natural to think the Tojo was trying to make an example out of him. You know,
Hi Hector, I'm good.
So even if
I'm just trying to
Hamura
solve a
didn't do
murder.
it, it's damn likely that someone from the Tojo clan did.
And if we can figure out who it was, Hamura will be off the hook.
What? Find the real killer? That's a step too far.
If I check
Priority
in.
number 1 is proving his alibi. We do that, we're in the clear.
I saw that. What is that?
There's pretty much no blood anywhere near the body, meaning Kume wasn't murdered in that alley. If I had to guess, I'd say he died in a moor.
But like, ground with groceries. What is this? Like a little thing. Anything like fingernail or anything? I'm trying to look at it properly. Is there anything to examine?
What the?
Night of the crime, an employee from another bar
Maybe
tossed
it's
their
Lover?
trash out in this alley. Around 2
I don't
a.m.
know.
Didn't see anything out of the ordinary, though. In other words, Kume got dumped sometime between 2 and 6 a.m. when the body was found.
Don't think of it. Where are the victim position? Like the wallet or cell phone? Yeah, where are they? They're not in this one. then.
Suspicious.
Nothing was found in Kume's pockets. No wallet, no phone, nothing. Bet the murderer broke the phone. Cops tried one of those Find My Phone things, but came up empty-handed. Guess the killer at least tried to cover his tracks.
Does he have like anything on him that can identify himself or something? No. Because like he didn't have anything on him.
You take a peek in the alley when you were over at Amor? Doubt there's any traces left at this point, but it's apparently just out the back. Anyway, this is Kume, just before he died.
Before the killer took his eyes.
Wait, he has
Come
a
on,
scar?
don't say stuff like that.
So what's the
Wait, I didn't see the
prosecution's
scar.
angle on this?
Was I blind?
Well, try thinking about it in the context of the Tojo-Kyori feud. 2 other Kyori Yakuza turned up dead before this, each with their eyes gouged out. Not a far leap to
I didn't see it
assume
as
the
well, what the
Tojo's
fuck?
responsible for all
Like was it on the
3
wrong side of the
murders.
face? But like
You follow?
I didn't see shit like a scar or anything.
Yep. Go on.
All right.
Or maybe it's just
This
my
is how
head.
The
But like,
prosecution thinks it all went down.
what the fuck? Like, I feel like this is a fake.
December 3rd, just around 9 o'clock, right out front of Club Amor. An argument breaks out between Captain Hamura of the Matsugane family and Kume and Murase of the Kyore clan. Hamura and his
He has a
thugs
scar. It's a
drag
big
Kume into
scar
the
right
club,
there. So where the fuck did
at
the
which
scar
point
go?
Murase abandons Kume
Hey
and
Mirage,
flees the
just
scene.
trying to solve a crime right now. Trying to solve a murder.
Hamura then
They're
locks Kume in
highlighting
Amor
the scar
for
now.
around an hour,
You see like how much
while
they're
he and his
highlighting the
boys
scar?
beat the daylights out of the guy. Around 10 p.m., Hamura kicks everyone out, leaving only himself and Kume in the club. Up to
Scar,
that
not car.
point, their story matches the camera footage
Like
and the
he has
testimony
he has
we
like a
have
big
from the owner
scar
of
on his
Amor.
face.
The prosecution's story continues as follows.
You see that? Like
Once the two
that
of them
scar
were
is pretty
alone,
big.
Hamura
Like the
tortured
golden
Kume
scar for
even
shut
more
up, fuck
violently.
up. That.
Then, between 2 and 3 a.m., he drove a sharp weapon into Kume's eye, killing him instantly.
Question: Would
Once he finished
would they
Kume's
have
eyes out,
would they
Hamura
have like an
dumped the
ice
body
pick
in the
missing
alley
in the bar?
behind
Like where did they get the ice pick from? If it was using an ice pick, like
When
if it was from the
Hamura
club, right?
said, Me and
Would it
Kuma
not?
left
Would it
Moore
not
around midnight.
take it away or something?
I went for a steam right after. But since no evidence can back up that claim,
Is it there?
the prosecution doubts its credibility.
That's it, right. That's the last night.
6 a.m. the morning
How
of
did
the
I not
4th,
see it? Was it
Kume's
covered in
body was
blood?
found.
Was that why I didn't see it?
And 1 week later, they arrested Hamura.
Get the fuck out of the car.
So they've got 3 things: the camera footage,
I need.
the blood
Can is
stains
there
in the
like a
club,
way to go back to see
and
the picture?
Hamura's Swiss cheese alibi.
Like go back to see the
Any
crime
of those
scene?
alone wouldn't be enough to get a conviction.
Because that
But
shit
with
would be
all
the
3,
most
the
annoying thing.
prosecution thinks they've got this case in the bag. End of the day, to them, it's just Yakuza offing Yakuza.
We love Fortnite. No, we don't. I don't play Fortnite. Gives us a lot of reason to suspect them. Suspect
Makes
Hamura.
sense they'd see it that way. I'm more interested in what you think, though. Did Hamura actually kill Kume?
I don't know. The guy rubs me the wrong way, yeah. But I'm pretty sure he's innocent. A cunning
Yeah, why?
Yakuza like Hamura wouldn't just offload the corpse.
Don't
in
play
an alley
Fortnite.
like
I used to play, but I don't
Too
want to play
sloppy.
anymore.
If he really did it, forget about the eyes. You'd never even find the body.
Agreed. That's our Shintani sensei. Prickliest guy in town. But damn if he's not a terrific lawyer.
With you there.
Was that supposed to be a compliment?
Fortnite was good until it became free ads and promo.
Something wrong?
True.
If Hamura didn't do it, the person who did is still out there somewhere.
Huh?
We've just got to find them if we want to clear Hamura's name.
Ha! You think we've got the manpower for that? Tracking down a criminal like that takes an entire organized front. Best leaving that to the cops, if you ask
But the
me.
cops are pretty shit. They're
My only
leaving
job
things
here
to
is
do
defending
with the
Hamura.
one. Like, the lawyer's job is only to prove reasonable doubt, not the defendant's innocent. To them, the truth is irrelevant. But we're a
Then what's your
detective.
next move?
Gonna need some more
We're
info
not the
on
lawyer
victim.
now. We're a detective, so we can go do our own
Remember
thing.
Kume's buddy? The one who ran off when the Matsugani boys jumped him.
Yeah,
Name's
about him.
Akira Murase from the Kyorei clan. I want to hear what he has to say.
But isn't he locked up?
What?
About what he did after he watched Kume get dragged into the club. Did he really just abandon his friend? It's hard to believe.
He's right. No self-respecting Yakuza run off and leave his body to die. Murase must have at least attempted a rescue, but to find out for sure that would
Come
mean...
on, man. Is this the time to go knocking on the Kyorei clan's door? Sounds like suicide to me.
I bet they're out for blood after what happened to Kume.
One way or another, I want that info from Murase. Huh. You're the ones who have to figure out how to get it. That's the deal, remember?
The deal my ass. Poking a hornet's nest ain't gonna get us anything but stump.
He's right, though.
True.
Come on, Kaito-san.
Fine.
It's our job to do it anyway. And might as well. I'm not gonna lie, might as well.
First things first. We need to find out where the Kyorei clan's hiding. They gotta have a base.
Probably quickest to just go ask Matsugani-san. He's got all the real Tojo clan.
Oh, I guess I'll pass. Can't exactly waltz in, being expelled and all.
You know what? It's fine.
Yeah,
I
I'll take
got
care
it.
of this one by myself. I'll call you when I'm done.
You take care. Ooh, let me see where it is. It's right there. Next to this shop. I'm probably gonna check there then. Might as well. La, 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 la. Hey, watch out, car. There's no friendship event that I can't do. I'm not hungry. Wasn't he asked to leave? No. He was expelled from the clan. I'm not sure what he did, but he was expelled. You know, I expected more Yakuza to be around here, like, you know, assholes. Looks like there's none. I wanna check this. Hey, wanna learn about music fair today? Sota no Nomura. Sure, why not? What's it all about? Spend 7 yen in 1 point, get 10 points, you earn 1 gift, that's all to it. 10 gift. The edition, the direct cut. Every batch of Kamurocho carries a different one. The point is to collect them all. I mean, that's only if you wanted to. We do have a record player. Yeah, give it a back shot. So every time I buy a Popo's count towards the price, it's not a bad deal. What do I buy? Things that you made put your point total of 10. Yeah, right, you have 10 points. Now if I got it, oh awesome. Is that limited edition? Yeah! Come again. Raising your friendship with the local will allow you to perform X-Bond with some of them. So I don't need to make friend with you anymore, is that it? I can, but like, it's not gonna do anything for now. As I'm playing, okay, we'll take an ad break before we do anything else. We'll chill out here. Stay at that nice place. You know, wait a bit, walk around, you know, have a nice walk around town. Probably not allowed to fight any gangsters yet. I need my money maker, where are they? Where them gangsters at? You know what? I'm gonna check my skills. I have 2k. You're not really getting the music player? Music player? What? I already got it. I'm gonna grab this stuff. I think this one is gonna be way more important as well. I got 500. I get this. Just for lock picking. Nice fridge is also kind of good as well. I'll get this one for lock picking. Then maybe I should get a fighting. I should probably get a fighting skill. Allow you to cancel out combo for our extra specific combo. Rising tornado, wild knockdown, attack enemy. Oh, this is actually good. This is gonna be nice for me. Acrobatic. As soon as you kick out the wall to do a wall jump. Look at this. And this one as well. Then what do this? Just leapfrog, rush, and leapfrog. Okay, we got some good move at least. We got good skills, good move. Ads are done. Pretty good, pretty good. Alright, we can go do the mission now. Oh, I thought my game crashed for a second there. I need to save. I should have just saved. I did not save.
Here, right this way.
What do you think of the game so far? It's just pretty interesting. It looks it's actually really interesting and fun to play.
Not the biggest Yakuza family on the block. They're a small branch that's low on the tree. But the family's patriarch, Mitsugu Matsugane, is like a father to me. And Kaito-san.
Excuse me. Yagami-san's here to pay you a visit.
Oh, so good to see you again.
Zero's much more slower paced than this though. Is it?
Feels like ages since you last stopped by.
Mitsugu Matsugane. To be fair, this is just the first case, remember?
I know.
There's still chapter 1.
I wonder why that is, huh? Could it be that you're the only one who's glad to see me?
Well, you have a point there. How's Kaito these days? Staying out of trouble?
He's okay.
If not for that incident, he'd still be part of the family, you know. Hard to believe it's already been a year. The both of you were more or less the sons I never had.
The past is what it is.
True. But I'm glad to hear he's doing well, under your watch.
I'm sure Kaito-san will always feel like my Aniki. If not for you, I would have taken another direction in life. I'd be a very different person, I think.
You'd have turned out just fine, my boy.
Excuse me. Tea.
So then, what would drag you back to an office where you're not exactly welcome?
Hamura is giving me some grief.
Is he now? I was under the assumption Genda is handling the issue. Are you helping him out with the case now?
No, I'm doing
Shintani's
evidence.
got me looking for the Kyori clan. I just need to find them, so I can ask him a few things.
Not wise, my boy. You do know they're all up in arms right now? Sure you want this?
Don't worry. I just want to have a word.
Does the name the Kajihira Group mean anything to you?
No. Can't say that it does.
They're a Kansai outfit. They've got a front in the city. The KJ Art office down on Senryo Avenue.
That's not that
Be
far, is it
careful,
not?
though. There's Kyori crawling on every floor. These are Tojo clan streets, but that's their turf now.
Senryo Avenue. KJ Art, eh? I'll check it out.
I know you're busy. Although, you think I could visit your office Sunday soon? Keep it on the down low.
Yeah, of course.
There ain't time, old man. Oh, hello.
Kaito-san, just left the Matsugane office. The Kyore are shacked up in some place called KJ Art.
Huh. And that's where we'll find
So it's chill
Ross.
for Patriarch. I
Not
know,
sure.
right?
We won't
Be
know
fair,
if
he
we don't
does see
check
us
it
as a
out
son.
ourselves.
You're thinking stakeout, huh? Sounds like the perfect time to give the drone a whirl.
That might be our only choice.
Fingers crossed. Anyway, I'll see you over there.
Over and out. How'd I get there? Oh, sorry, ma'am. Alright, go kick some ass. Come on, let me find some random assholes on the street. Well, I was told this is a territory for gangsters. So yeah, there they are.
Must we?
Ooh. I'm trying to like try my new move. What's the new move set? What's the move set about? Hold on. Leapfrog. Press X while just press that one. Okay. Not a moveset I wanted, but okay. I mean, it didn't work like the way I thought it would. KJ Art. Hello.
What's up?
It's me. You at KJ Art yet?
Looks like it. Where are you?
I'm on the opposite roof. Look up.
Where am I looking up?
Suspicious.
Yes, the
See you.
shift.
Be up in a sec.
I hear a cat. Oh, I can't move this time.
Hey.
Look, cat. I finished editing. How's your edit? It's like a 2-hour video, yeah? How many hours, how long did you cut it down? Can I eat?
Hey.
Yes, wait, he's giving a shut up and she doesn't look too into it. Can I look for Kaito? Legit, like maybe 4 hours. Like a 4-hour video? I gonna like post it on YouTube or something? Props due to looking for sound effect and stuff. Ah. Cat Cafe. Is it the office that lady's being touched uncomfortably?
Yo. Hell of a view, wouldn't you say? Too bad the place is absolutely crawling with Yakuza.
Guess this is the Kyorei hideout after all.
No doubt.
And Murase?
Couldn't find him. I looked pretty damn hard with the drone, too.
You sure it was hard enough?
Sure.
Come on. Let's try
Dude,
again.
down there she's being
I'll fly
touched.
this
What the
time. When you
fuck?
want something done, do it yourself.
Sure, you ass.
Okay, flight, take command, customize your drone, various part. Okay, I can't customize it. Don't like how I operate, change the control. Okay. I need to pick flight to control it.
This here is Murase. Wonder if we can just peek through the windows. See if we can find...
Okay, so rotate up, down, left, right, examine, finish, enlarge image, focus, first person view. Okay. Operating now. Yep. Hi, hear a cat. Okay, the control is a bit wonky as fuck.
Suspicious.
What's with the book? Don't these guys...
Kitty. Is it like
What the?
Fancy doing a Murase though? They're fucking bad. Maybe the blinds are down, I can't see. You can have to look somewhere else. There's a spot here. No.
Hey.
A bunch of this. Low level guard, I don't see. Should check somewhere else.
Suspicious.
Look back here. He's here. Okay, he's definitely on the 3rd floor. But I have to find like an angle where I can see him. there a way? A bit hard to control, man. I don't see anything. Oh.
Hey, suspicious.
Hold up. That's him.
He's beating up someone. What the fuck? But why?
Shit, he went inside. Let's try and figure out where to.
Locate his whereabouts. On the 5th floor. Yeah, back the fuck away from my drone. The floor? He went inside. Rooftop maybe? Oh, he's there.
What the?
Hey, there he is. Well,
What's he doing there? What the fuck?
guy has his own office, huh? He must be important. Think they'd let us meet him?
We wouldn't get past
Game
the front
really
door.
required to be thorough, yeah. You like look at
Especially if
it
you
properly,
told
like
them why
every
we're
nook and
here.
cranny.
We'll need to find another way in if we want to put the squeeze on Marase.
Agreed. What are you thinking?
Oh, there's a few options on the table. As for the best one...
Burn this
Maybe I
guys.
could go under...
Oh, yeah? Who at?
I was thinking pizza delivery.
You ever seen a pizza guy get in?
Right. Yeah, forget the pizza.
Now you're talking my language. They've got jumpsuits over still. You can't show up and expect...
True, huh? I think I've got it.
Huh?
What would they do if the heater broke?
Call a repairman, obviously.
I don't know. Maybe we could
Never thought I'd see the day you came up. Who are you? And where'd you bury Talk's body?
If I told you, I'd have to kill you. Anyway, I'm gonna make things a little chilly for these KJ guys. You keep watching.
Sounds good. Let's do this shit.
Hey, let's go. Oh, that's so cool. Damn, Star, guess I'll pick it. I was texting me. Cops heading your way. He's not even wearing gloves. Finish what you gotta do quick. Damn, gotta hurry. Lockpicking is questionable, yet sometimes necessary measure. Use a pick. That one can open it by lining. If you hold the pin too high, all pin is dead. Okay. Okay.
Shit. Why am I bad? Almost there. Stupid, stupid thing. Why am I stupid thing?
And I even at a press so slow.
Shit. place.
How to press so slow?
Almost there. Perfect.
Jesus. Okay, because like it's so sensitive. The button is like you press it, like it's so sensitive. I just have to kick it. Jesus, that's one powerful kick. No way. There, no way they are fixing that without a pro. Not for my size. Don't you, Jote. Here I come. Or aircon. It's not even an air conditioner. It's like a heater too. Excuse me. Excuse me. What's this? Look at sir. Oh, what the fuck is everything so expensive? Well, the things I did for friendship level.
Huh?
Remember me? All across my face, my value. It's classy. Thank you. Please let me know if there's anything I can help you. My name's now Taro Terahara.
This is Yagami.
Appreciate that. I'm Yagami, by the way. I see Yagami, so would you be interested in custom tailored suit? It would be nice, but I don't really dress formal anymore. So I personally think you look quite handsome in proper fitted suit. You sure you're not trying to butter me up? Oh no, sir. My Converse are 100% butter-free. I pride myself in making every suit unique to match a customer need. So if you would feel the need to spiff out your overall appearance, I'd be happy to assist. Or if I need a suit, I come looking for you. Excellent, I'll be waiting for you. Yeah, at least I increase a bit of friendship, that's fine. What can we like about music fair? Sure, why not? 7,000 yen. I don't even have 7,000 yen, I'm broke. I'll be back later when I get more money. Welcome, sir. Give me that, please.
What's
Hello.
up?
Checking in. You get the goods?
Yeah, I'm heading back now.
Better hurry. The plan's working. KJR's chilling out over here. They just called a repairman.
Perfect. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Can I use this guys right now? No, this is quiet. Okay, I don't need it yet. I'm so glad I can ping the maps because I get lost so easily. Hello? Anybody pie? Hello? Anybody want to fight? No? Come on, man. I need money. Maybe I should just force my way. On here. On here. 25,000? Hell no. This here. Oh, is he up here? There's the cat.
I'm ready.
Get changed then, would you?
Okay.
Not to get into the jumpsuit. Yeah, Mass Yagami Identity versus Disguise. Simply use the app. Okay. Bunny, hi. Mahjong. This is the only reason why I can get 100% for the other Yakuza game. Oh, damn. Hi, Bunny.
Nice.
I know you're in a disguise and all, but don't let your guard down, okay? Try to blend.
Who do you think you're talking?
Yeah, I'll just go around beat him up a bit. There's no good reason I'm not gonna get caught. I'm gonna get caught. Let me check my skill. How much point I have? Half 700 points. Moshi Moshi, I'm here to fix your aircon. Let me make sure I don't break character. First thing first, gotta get past the reception.
Hi there. I heard you're having some heater trouble. I'm here to fix it.
Yes, it seems to have stopped. Thank you for coming on such short. The main unit is just out the door to the left, right around the emergency stairwell.
Mind if I take a look at an indoor unit as well? These things can be pretty complicated.
Is that really necessary, sir?
It'll help me get a better idea of the whole system. I'd rather not bore you with the
Hey, Fanboy, how's your day? I'm
Very well,
good,
then.
Bunny. I'm a bit sick,
Sure.
actually.
Thank you very much.
I'm kind of
I'll have
sick,
you
so
guys
I'm
heated
like
up
chilling
in no
out in
time.
Judgment. How have you been, Bunny? I haven't seen you in a bit. I know you're streaming earlier. Not earlier, but like in like a while ago. Don't even get suspicious. Oh yeah, true. Is there any turn a light on before I need to get a blueprint?
What the?
Alright, time to look. I hear a damn cat. I hear her cat. Yeah, well, soon I make a new project for sure. Yeah, how's your project right now? Fanboy lover? Who? Where? Why? 708? Is that like a room code or something? 5438. Where is this blueprint? Okay, I found a blueprint. Like you need a key to get a third key. I won't be able to get room. If I find a key, this is security room, so the key might be somewhere.
Suspicious.
Once you let the key out of the desk, you gotta keep it locked under high security. I put it away for a time. You know what happened if you do. Anywhere, look for it. I read it by Fanboy on my last stream. I'll announce a project Thursday. I hope your project is okay. I hope it doesn't take too taxing though. I hope you can rest up for a bit. Safe, huh? High security, not much that I can do. Let's see here that I need a code. There's a password here somewhere. I know there's like...
What the?
What is this? The code password was a shot. 5438. There's another one here before. 8919. Remember correctly, there's another one somewhere. There's 7 something before. I can find it. I saw it before. Are you just staring at me? I think I know who. Who was it? Wait, does this do? Oh, so if you get random text, so if you look at the overlay for my if you're on your PC, if you scroll the screen, right, you see like a little heart symbol. If you click on it, there's like a viewer tag there, and like you can do stuff as well. Like you can throw stuff at me. What's the password again? 5438. 5438. Medkit and the key. I got a key, right? Why? Well, what the fuck was that? Wait, the tags are gone. What? Dude, I waste 10k for nothing? No. So, you throw stuff at me? God damn, I just heard. I didn't hear that, but like, damn. I saw the screen crack. I'm like, hello? What happened? So you can throw stuff at me. There's also like one booster pack. If you go to the booster pack thingy down below, you should be able to see it. And I get another free one. It'll be like, oh, in the view attack, and then you see like the bottom right there should be like a 1, 2, 3 right next to it. It should be like a booster pack. If you open it, you get a free one without spending any points. Alright, time to head for the fire extension. Should be just to the left of this room. Hold on, let me open my stuff first. Hello? Oh, here. Man, I already kicked this shit. So what does it require my ID? I'm not really sure, but like that is another extension from Twitch.
Just the guy I was looking for. Here
Hey,
to
what
fix
up?
the heat, yeah? Got something I need you to check out.
Oh, sure. No problem.
Come on, this way.
Should I have a choice?
Freezing my balls off, man. Hope this goes quick.
Where am I going? Damn you, tall.
There it is. The power's on and all, but nothing's happening.
Okay, let me see what I can do.
Can't believe I'm doing this.
Yep. Yeah, this thing's seen better days.
Thanks, Sherlock. Can you fix
Man, I have no idea how to fix the goddamn air conditioning.
Genius. If you're gonna fix it, don't you need to take the panel off first?
No choice but now to go all in.
Hey, what's up?
Hell yeah.
What the fuck? That should not
ain't
work.
that something? Never realized it was that simple.
Glad I could be of service. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other repairs to make.
Here's a close one. There's no fucking way that works.
Huh? Who are you?
Oh, I'm here to repair the heater, sir.
Weird. You ain't the usual guy.
If you usual guy, how often do they hate to break
Where's our
down?
man, huh? Never had anyone else come for.
Oh, about that.
You know what? I'll just give him another call. See
I'll
what's
try
up
to keep it
for
accurate
myself.
next time. Come get your granddaughter. Ah. So he's the one who put the call in. Damn. I'm just filling in.
Oh, the guy we normally send
gonna
out here
Valor
is
with my
sick
friend.
today.
Have fun with your
I'm
stream.
handling
Warm my
things in
bed.
his place.
Fine, buddy.
I just got off the phone with.
Well, that's odd. He must have.
I did that yesterday. I'm playing Velo. Damn it, he talked to that guy on the phone. Should come about or
Guy's
something.
suspicious. Oh shit, you're right. Come on, boys, let's take him down.
Fine. Ah, fuck you. Fuck you. I swear to God. Okay, good. We beat up some people. Phew, me out alive. Should get a move on before the whole building catches me. It wasn't me, man. I'm just a guy who repairs aircorn. Okay, I'm supposed to be repairing heaters. Things locked. What about a third floor key I found in the security room? Might do the trick. Simply the correct key. If you choose the wrong correct key, the door open. You choose wrong, it stays shut, and you have to choose the key again. Okay. I only got one key, don't I? This key, what? How many keys is there? Holy fuck.
I suck at this. Got it.
Where did I get the second key from? So I was on the map. Why are all of you so confused? Either way, the key won't form before won't work here. I had to pick the lock. Seriously? Yeah, hold on.
Nice. Shit.
Fuck me.
Why am I back? Almost there. Nice.
Oh my god. Can I not lockpick it? Oh, is there like a sequence I need to do this from? Oh my god, really? Yeah, hold on.
Almost there. Nice. That'll do it.
Okay, so I had to do the shorter one first. Is that why? Okay. Yeah, what was that? If I married to Marcy. Stamina X. I'm gonna give you that a code. I think this was useful. Might be something useful. Ah, wait, what was it called again? 8919. He open. Oh my god. See, they need double quick step is on, don't have to use it on the app. Oh, so you can get skills as well. Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta go look downstairs real quick. It's too risky. Ah, fuck me. I missed my chance to go loot. This sure is heavily puzzle based. It is. I don't have the code for this door.
The fuck's your problem? You wanna die? Please. I said you worthless piece of shit.
Sounds like someone's pissed up there. I need to find out a way out around if I don't want to get caught. I don't have time for this now. Can I not go there? Wait. Oh, window. Fuck me. Can you get out the roof from here and there's a way up? Okay. Can I grab this as a weapon? Fire escape is over there. My way down the floor. Not sure why those guys look busy. I should try sneaking around if I can.
The fuck were you thinking, dumbass? We warned you this was gonna happen. Please, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Bye me, man. I'm just walking around casually. Not even trying to hide. Can I climb the fence?
Crap. Who
Oh. God damn it.
the hell you doing? Who the fuck?
Oh shit.
You bastard.
Help me! Someone help me!
What the fuck? Nice of him again to save the guy. I mean, we don't have another murder case. Alright, come at me, motherfuckers. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Oh, grab this. Beat you up this. Hey man, play this. I appreciate you. There's a good.
Stay down.
How about that? Can I take something to drink, like an item or something? Can I heal myself? I'm waiting for this food to arrive. I'm about to cry. What food did you order?
Just get the hell out of here.
Huh? But...
Huh? Kaito-san?
But I got a call about a broken heater.
I told you. We figured it out. All fixed. Nothing to see here.
Breakfast sandwich? How long will it
Can I
take?
at least check to make sure everything's okay? Oh, and I'll need you to...
I'm not signing shit. You didn't even fix anything. Now get the hell out.
Actually, could I borrow your restroom? I'm not feeling...
Shit yourself for...
What?
Almost there. Hold on a little longer, Kaito. We're almost there, Kaito. Don't worry, we're almost home stretch free.
Hey, who the hell are you?
Shh. I'm just here to talk, Murase-san. Look, I risked my life to get in here. Just...
I don't have to do shit. You can't boss a Yakuza around!
Nah, are you serious? Okay, hold on, man. I need to change my fighting style because we're doing 1v1. You throw a fucking chair on me, you dumb motherfucker. Yeah, cornering you like a little bitch. Yeah, huh? How you like getting corner? Yeah, how you like getting corner, huh? Yeah, yeah, you're a corner little baby. Yeah, you can't do shit. You can't do shit. I'm cornering you. Oh, you broke me. You broke me. Okay, see? Oh, quick time event. Okay, let's. Oh, you're gonna grab a stick? You're gonna grab the wooden sword? Go ahead, grab it, I dare you. You receive mortal wound when stabbed, shot, or hit with a deadly attack. The mortal cannot be restored by eating or increasing. You can treat it by auto charging up. Press R2 to activate EX boost your attack speed.
Let's go then!
You got a wooden stick. I got my own. Whoa. Oh, I need to heal. Can I grab something to heal? Yeah. Yes. Oh, they think him. You break me? Fuck. Oh, the heal. You might have a hard time playing the older ones because it's clunky. I swear the combat is such a step up to OG. Really? The reason why I'm having a... By the way, Spice, the only reason why I'm having a hard time right now is because right now I'm playing like the hardest difficulty of this game that I can grab right now. That's the reason why I'm having a hard time. Yeah, you did say that. Yeah, it's like I need to get more skills for my combat. I need to boost my health and attack speed actually. So I definitely need to collect more points so that I can boost my stats. Because I've been boosting only the special thing. Actually, I just boosted my stats in the meantime.
What the hell are you after, huh?
I already said, I just want to talk. Look at this. This is you running away after abandoning Kume.
Who do you think you are?
I'm a local detective. Hamura's lawyer is having me look into Kume's murder.
So what? You're defending Hamura. You think I'm gonna tell you shit, asshole?
I thought we already negotiated. You want to go again?
You're not getting out of this unscathed, you know.
Do you really think Hamura killed Kume?
Of course I do. Who else could have done it?
That's what I'm trying to find out. I need to know what happened that night.
It's as clear as day. Hamura gouged Kume's eyes out. End of story.
Yeah? Where? How?
In the dump behind a moor. Bastard tortured Kume to death.
Actually, the murder happened somewhere else, and I have the evidence to prove it.
Is it this one?
Take a look at this.
What the hell? That's cool.
That's right, there's a hand in this picture. Kume's body was moved here after he died. There was something in the picture that shows that. There was no blood on the scene, that's why.
Suspicious.
Oh, he does have a scar on his face. It was so much harder to see.
Hey.
No sign of blood. That's it. That's why.
Sorry. I'm sure this is tough to look at, but as you can see, there's almost no blood around his body. That means he was killed somewhere else, then transported to the alleyway.
Oh, I guess so, huh? Doesn't add up, does it?
So, you ready to talk now?
Then I can finally get to the main topic now?
Let's take it from the top. Now, after you ran away from Amur, where exactly did you go? You couldn't just let them take Kume, could you?
Yeah, I had to do something. So, I went to round up the rest of the clan. We had to take Kume back.
But nobody would help, would they?
You kidding? Of course they helped. We burst in there ready to bust head.
But I thought nobody else went in or out of Amur.
What? You mean because the camera didn't see anyone? Funny thing, that. Turns out you can't get seen if the camera's broke. The back alley was our ticket in.
So you really went inside?
Yep. Not a soul in the house, though. Trust me, we searched the whole damn...
And when was that?
Just after midnight, I suppose.
Right when the prosecution says Hamura was
Weird
laying
how he's
Kume.
spilling the bean when it's bloodied up and the wrenches all over the place.
That's a clear
He's acting like as if he didn't get beat up.
Who gives a shit what the prosecution said? Hamura killed Kume, and that's that. Ain't no other way.
Maybe so. But the police still need to hear your story. If you could just testify to that...
You gotta be kidding me. Why the fuck would I do that?
Can't force him to just find out what they can do about it.
Yeah, it was worth a try.
So I can't.
Nice work. So Murase busts into Amur. And who does he find? Absolutely nobody.
Yep. Captain Hamura said he kicked Kume out, then hit the sauna right around midnight. The stories match up.
You really think he's innocent?
Not sure. Our next step is finding proof he was at that sauna.
Guess that's that. Well, I'm pooped. How about we call it here for tonight?
Yeah, good call. I'll see you tomorrow, Kaito-san.
We got more evidence. Yeah, we got more evidence. I'll do the night resting first, and then I'll probably call stream there. Excuse me, excuse me. Yeah, how much point do I have right now? I do have I have a lot of point. Go on, fight. That's all. Like, wait,
Really,
what?
guys?
I didn't even use crane style because there's like one guy. Why is it just like one random guy thinking like, hey, we can take him? Excuse me, guys. Jesus Christ! Don't pile up on the alleyway. Jesus. What is this? It should be this one.
Got it.
Give me a minute. There's a box. Someone send me something. Launch edition detective supporter pack. DVD detective pack. Truth seeker pack. Drone racer pack. Extra crafter pack. Ace detective pack. Drone frame. Yeah, I think this is a DLC because I didn't even know I bought a DLC. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Holy moly. How many stuff are there? Holy shit, let me see my items right now. What the fuck did I even get? Play pass. A play pass for Paradise VR. Each course takes a different ticket. I got some other stuff. Haruka, Saramura, so much figurine. Ono, Michon, Bram, Sylvan, King Karonyan, Racing Refined, Kimono, a jacket. Look at this. Didn't go any that one. Maybe I should use this actually. Launch edition. What is this stuff? Fire energy ball duration is 15 seconds. It's like really short duration too. Oh, it is like it's not like infinite shit. That was infinite. This one is like That you deal amount damage. Yeah, I definitely would break the game easily. Decorate, decorate. Ah! Where do I want to put my cat? Where do I want to put my cat? Come on, I gotta be a spot where I can put a cat. I'm gonna put a cat over here. Fuck me. I can do an array of cats here. I could do an array of cats here. Kuro. I don't like how you can just put like stuff like this, right? but like, come on. Mochi. We're having cats, guys. Celine. I put Tama out, it's too big. I can put like the I can put the dreamlight thing. Okay. Put Lucy in. I could put Lucy on. Ah! I can turn them? Look at my cats! Look at my cats! They're gorgeous. Oh, I can hear music too. If I hear music, I can heal. I have cats for days, guys. Cats for days. Yeah, I probably need Shintani. That's about true. But we'll stop here because I went on longer than I actually wanted to. I will be raiding out. Thank you so much all for staying by, sticking to me while I play this. I will raid out to. Let me see. Should I raid out to cat or kid? Kid or cat? Kid or cat? Who should I raid out to? Where is on actually? A lot of people today are streaming, huh? There's also Danny, but she's playing Mecha Chameleon. There's Ree. We rate the kid. Yeah, I don't think we rate the kid at all beforehand, so we'll rate the kid. Thank you so much for stopping by. Please do take care of yourself. I appreciate each and every one of you stopping by. I know I'm sick. Tomorrow we might be playing a horror game. I might post in my Discord. If we are playing anything, this is a raid message. Also, this is the Discord. If anybody do want to join in, you feel free to go hang out in Discord. We do chill in there sometimes once in a while. I hope you all take care of yourself. Bye-bye. Good night. Sweet dreams. I love you all. Bye-bye.
The body stuff feels safe and wait. You're my